Good morning, guys. Just give me another second or so here. I'm just getting ready. Alright, everybody, good morning. Sorry it took me so long. I had to put out some fires and deal with... Oh, hey, I'm over here. Hey, I'm over here. Hi. Come here. You stupid camera. Come here. Yeah, come here. Hi. Jesus. Hey, good morning. Morning, GA. Good morning. Halo Collector, how are you guys? A couple of things. 125 subs on YouTube this morning. We are we are live on YouTube and on Twitch. Hi. I gotta change my outfit. It's reading day. And plug this too. Just dropped into another commercial break. Jesus! Motherfucker, breaks, man, breaks. How many breaks have you been on today, Kevin? Put this flannel right here behind me, I guess. Seems like a great place to put it. Look at our jacket, our Spartan jacket, and get it ready, because it's, it's the reading day, and that's how we do this. I'm just putting some stuff away. Just give me a second. All right. And a hat change, because the hat change is important for the reading. And there we go. I'm sorry about the commercial break. That commercial break is not cool, huh? Let's check it out. Good morning. Again, good morning. It's me, Spartan John. We're here. We're going to listen to a brand new book today. Okay, it's Halo Glasslands by Karen Travis with 2 S's. Now I'll read you the back. I'll read it to you in a minute, actually. We've got our Book Daddy cup. Yeah. So we've got our coffee, we've got our book, and we're starting to get you guys online, which is great. Always good stuff. What are you guys up to today? You ready for the new book? You ready to have a new Halo book read to you terribly? Anyway, check it out. It's going to be a great day in the awesome. We're going to read this book for a few hours. And then we'll see how far we get. And then after we do our book, we'll play some Halo with everybody like we always do. A couple of things I want to put out there real quick. This is the music that we listen to behind the awesome. It's Ambient Wonders. It's amazing. Ambient Wonders is it's music provided by Installation 00 on another channel. He's at 1.81k, so he's at 1,810 approximately subs on that channel. He started at 600. I'm not saying it's my fault, but I feel like we pushed that a little bit to make it better, to help him grow and be cool. Music is mostly from Halo, but it's all ambient music from the games. It's endless amounts. You can listen to it when you're resting. You can listen to it for ambiance. You can listen to it when you're studying. This is one of the things that I use to relax. It's on my rotation when I'm doing all the things. So check it out for yourself. It's Ambient Wonders on YouTube. For anybody who doesn't know, again, I'm Spartan John. This is the awesome. Today we're starting a new book. We're at 125 subs on YouTube, 828 followers on Twitch today. Our goal is to have 900 by the end of the month. I think we can do it. 72 to go. We're at 54 subs. Our goal is 80. It's 10% of our community. We try to keep that number. It helps out. And as we grow as a community, if the subs grow too, then more cool things can happen here in the awesome. You can see me at more conventions, for instance. I think that's it, actually. I don't think there's anything else to say at this point this morning. So I'll get on to the book. Once again, the book is Halo Glasslands by Karen Travis. Published in 2011. It says, I'll read you the back panel. It says, though the Covenant has collapsed, humanity's war is far from over. The Covenant has collapsed, after a long, brutal war that saw billions slaughtered on Earth and her colonies. For the first time in decades, however, peace finally seems possible. But though the fighting has stopped, the war is far from over. It's just gone underground. The UNSC feared and secretive Office of Naval Intelligence recruits Kilo 5, a team of ODSTs, a Spartan, and a diabolical AI to accelerate the Sangheili's insurrection. Meanwhile, the Arbiter, the defector turned leader of a broken covenant, struggles to stave off civil war among his divided people. As across the galaxy, a woman thought to have died on Reach is actually very much alive. Chief Scientist Catherine Halsey broke every law in the book to create the Spartans, and now she's broken some more to save them. Marooned with Chief Mendez and the Spartan team in the Forerunner slipspace bubble hidden in the destroyed planet of Onyx, she finds that the Shield World has been guarding ancient secrets. A treasure trove of Forerunner tech that will change everything from the UNSC, for the UNSC and mankind. As Kilo 5 joins the hunt for Dr. Halsey, humanity's violent past begins to catch up with all of them, as disgruntled colony Venezia has been biding its time to strike at Earth, and its most dangerous terrorist has an old, painful link with both Halsey and Kilo 5 that will test everyone's loyalty to the limit. That's what the book is about. Well, we'll see if it's any good. I've been told that this author paints Dr. Halsey, which is, of course, one of my favorite characters, in a very terrible and not so great light. So we will see. We'll learn about that together. Here's the bookmark, because we always have the bookmark before we start reading, so that you guys can find this later and just hear the reading. Hope you enjoy it. And someday we'll edit this down into something. All right. Halo Glasslands. Prologue. November 2552, location undefined, last verified real space location, the core of the planet Onyx. It's a beautiful, sunny day. The oak branches are swaying gently in the breeze, and the air's scented with unseen blossoms. And we're trapped. Did you ever run and hide as a kid? Ever slam the closet door behind you, giggling because you were sure you'd never be found, and then realize you locked yourself in? Did you panic or breathe a sigh of relief? I suppose it all depends on what you were hiding from. We're hiding from the end of the world. For all we know, it's already happened. If there's anyone left out there, they don't know that we're in here. We may be the last sentient life left in the galaxy. Me, Chief Mendez, and a detachment of Spartans. Correction, 3 of my Spartans. Fred, Kelly, and Linda. And 5 others who are something else entirely. 5 I didn't even know existed until this week. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's not knowing. You'll explain yourself to me, Chief. I've got all the time in the world now. I've got more time than I know what to do with. Mendez takes something out of his pants pocket and gazes wistfully at it like a pilgrim with a holy relic before putting it back. You can read Forerunner, Dr. Halsey, he says impassively. We're still ignoring the elephant looming over us at the moment. Neither of us saying what's really on our minds. He has his secrets, and I have mine. Do you know the symbol for pantry? That wouldn't be handy right about now. That would be handy right about now. He's staring up at the sun that can't possibly be there, set in an artificial sky that runs from summer blue at one horizon to starless midnight at the other. We're not on Onyx any longer. Not in this dimension, anyway. Chief, this is the most advanced doomsday bunker ever built. I'm not sure who I'm trying to reassure, him or me. A civilization sufficiently advanced to build a bomb shelter the size of Earth's orbit wouldn't forget to address the food supply, would they? It's a permanently lovely day inside of this Dyson sphere, and beyond its walls is actually... I don't know any longer. It was Onyx. Now it's somewhere in slipspace. Every time I think I have the measure of the Forerunner's technology, something else pops up and confounds me. They must have shared our sense of beauty, or bequeathed us theirs, because they made this environment idyllically rural. Trees, grass, rivers, almost landscaped perfection. Mendez pats his pocket as if checking for something is still in there. Better hope they evolved beyond the usual procurement, Charlie Foxtrot 2 then, or we'll have to live off the land. We've got unlimited water, Chief, that's something. Mendez has known me a damn long time. Over the years, he's perfected that hoary old CPO's careful blank expression that looks almost like deference. Almost. It's actually disgust. I know that now. I can see it. But you're in no position to lecture me on ethics, are you, Chief? I know what you've done. The proof's right in front of me here. I'm looking at them. Mendez walks away in a direction of the 2 recon teams waiting under the oak trees. The Spartans. My proteges. And Ackerson's little project. These Spartan 3s. Look impatient to get on with something useful. They don't handle idleness well. We made warfare the sole focus of their lives. Now we don't know if there's still a war outside to fight, or even a galaxy left to fight in. But that's fine by me. My Spartans are safe here. That's all that matters. Safe. If the Halo array fires anyway. I don't know if this is the heaven it appears. Perhaps it's already got tenants. We'll find out the Navy way, Mendez says. Okay, Spartans, the camp's secured, so let's make out and see what the neighborhood has. Mendez unslings his rifle and looks at Fred. Conserve rations until we know if there's anything on the menu here. Right, sir? Right, Chief. Radio check, people. Fred, Spartan 104, has been made a lieutenant at the ripe old age of 41. Priorities in this order. Secure the area, locate a food supply, and find a way to revive Team Katana and the others. How many Spartan 3s did Ackerson create? 5 are already in suspension here, with 3 other men we can't identify. But we have no idea yet how to open their Forerunner slipspace pods. They'll have an interesting story to tell us when we do. Fred gestures to take in the terrain. Treat this as an acquaint. Spartan 2s familiarize themselves with Spartan 3s, so that when we get out of here, we're ready to fight effectively. Kelly, Dr. Halsey, Tom, Olivia, you're with Chief Mendez. Linda, Lucy, Mark, Ash with me. Move out. Just as Fred turns to walk away, I catch his eye. He was never much good at burying his feelings, but he can't hide them, not from me anyway. I know all of my Spartans better than their mothers ever did. He shuts his eyes tightly, as if he's blocking out an unbearable world. Just a fraction of a second, then it's gone. We've buried our dead here. 2 of those Spartan 3s just in their teens, just children. And Kurt never made it to the sphere. I thought you were dead already, Kurt. Now I've lost you twice. Fred pats Lucy on the shoulder. You okay, Spartan? She gives him a distracted nod. She's a disturbing little scrap of a thing, too traumatized to speak. Mendez trained these kids. He knew. He knew what Ackerson was doing with my research. He was part of this all along. And I won't forget that, Chief. Kelly slows and drops back to walk beside me. I'm not 21 anymore, and I certainly don't have the stride of a 2-meter Spartan, or even these new ones. My God, they're too small. How can they be Spartans? You've fallen on your feet again, Dr. Halsey, Kelly says. Some rabbit hole. Did you know it was here? I should stop trying to look as if I know everything, shouldn't I? You think we're going to lose this war? I know we're not. I extrapolate from known facts, but I don't mind being wrong sometimes. How far would I go to save my Spartans? This far? I lured them to Onyx, the safest location I could think of, because I knew they never abandoned their posts in any other way. I lied to them to save them. And they're all that stands between me and damnation. I've done terrible things, monstrous things, criminal things. They were necessary, but I did it to them. Kidnapped them as children, experimented on them, altered them terribly, killed half of them. Made them into soldiers with no life outside of the UNSC. It had to be done, but now I have to do this. There's no God waiting to judge us when we die. This is our heaven or hell. The here and the now. The pain or the fond memories we leave behind with the living. But I don't want the forgiveness of society or Mendez, or even to forgive myself. I just want to do what's right for these men and women, whose lives I've used. Theirs is the only forgiveness that can absolve me. Kelly, tall, confident, nothing like the victim I feel I've made her, points out into the distance. I'm starting to forget we're trapped in a sphere in the folds of another dimension, because my brain's getting used to telling me benign lies. I stare across a sea of trees at 2 elegant honey-gold structures protruding above the canopy some kilometers away. That's impressive, Doctor, she says. Hey, Chief, what do you think they are? Better be the chow hall. Mendez keeps scanning the trees as if he's still expecting to run into trouble. Or a way out of here. Don't forget, there will still be a hell of a mess to clear up when we get out. And he's right. Won or lost, wars never end cleanly. I think we've lost already. If the Covenant doesn't overrun the galaxy, then this life form they call the Flood will. Or the Halo Ray will fire and wipe out all of the sentient life. But if we win, even if we win, the galaxy will still be dangerous. A desperate place. I wonder where John is now, and Cortana, and Miranda. See, Miranda, I didn't forget you, did I? Chapter 1. A God who creates tools is still a God. It's not for us to impose qualifications upon the divine or presume to guess its intentions. Former Field Master Avu Med, Telcam of the Sangheli, Neru Pe Odozuma, servants of the abiding truth on revelations about the nature of the Forerunners. Former colony of New Lanelli, Brunel System, January 2553. It was an ugly bastard, and the temptation to kill it where it stood was almost more than Sarah and Osmond could handle. It was also pretty upset. Its arms flailed, as if it was on some passionate Sangheli rant about politics or religion, or whatever they played instead of football. Its cloverleaf jaws snapping open and shut like a demented gin trap. Osmond watched from the shuttle cargo bay with a rifle resting on the control panel. Matters could get out of hand with a 2.5-meter alien before you knew it. She was ready to drop the thing before it crushed Phillips. He could actually speak their language. Even if some of the sounds defied simple human jaws, She wondered what he sounded like to them. He was making mirroring gestures back to the Sangheili, and although she couldn't hear the conversation, it seemed to be working. The alien did that odd trick with its split mandibles, pressing the two sides together to mimic the human jaw and trying to force out more articulate sounds. So the hinge head was mirroring too. It was a good sign. A good sign in a bad deal. No, not a bad deal, a dirty one. Osmond stepped down from the bay, careful to keep her rifle close to her leg, so she looked prepared but not threatening. Phillips glanced over his shoulder at her, seeming oblivious of the risks. And never take my eyes off of that thing. God, what do they teach these academics about personal safety? She leaned against the hatch frame and waited, glancing at her watch to check Sydney time. Around her, the ruins of New Lanelli felt like a rebuke. The dead tapped her on the shoulder, appalled. "And you're talking to these bastards now, on our graves?" A shaft of sunlight struck through a break in the clouds and threw up a bright reflection from the lake in the distance. No, that's not a lake. Her brain had joined up the dots and made the wrong assumption. She used her datapad out of her jacket pocket one-handed and checked it. There was no body of water for 100 kilometers on the map in the CAA fact book. The reflective surface was verified sandy soil. Mirror-smooth square hectares of it were there, where there had once been rye and potatoes. When the Covenant glassed this planet, they really did just that. Phillips gestured to get her attention and distracted her from the uncomfortable thought of the planet making a point to her. He walked over to the shuttle, looking pleased with himself. "The bishop wants a word," he said. "I told him you were the boss woman. His English is pretty good, so play it straight, and don't call him an elite. Use the proper name. It matters to them." Osmond pushed herself away from the bulkhead with her hip. "What, like Bishop?" "Ignore that, Phillips." Professor Evan Phillips, another respectable academic who'd been sucked down into Oni's drain, put on his serious face again. "They told me he was devout, but I didn't realize how devout." "Is that going to be a problem?" "Might be a bonus." "Yes, they do tend to stick to the plan. I mean, that he's a fundamentalist. The abiding truth. Very, very old tradition of faith." "Prompt me. I'm not an anthropologist." "They're said to have squirreled away original Forerunner relics from the time of their first contact. Their equivalent of saints' fingers." "It must be my birthday." Osmond wasn't sure when that really was. Today seemed to be a good day, just as any. Maybe they've got some schematics in a dusty drawer or something. "Come on, don't keep him waiting." "How is he with women?" "I don't think I've ever seen a female Sangheili. Do they keep them in Purda or something?" "It's not that simple." Phillips beckoned to her to follow. "The ladies wield a hell of a lot of political power in the bloodline stakes. And you got a few hours to kill, I'll explain it." She didn't, and it couldn't wait. She walked up to the Sangheili, steeling herself not to call him an elite or a murdering hinge-head bastard. Osmond was taller than the average human, and at 190 she wasn't used to having to look up at anybody. But the bishop towered half of a meter taller than her, like a monument in gold armor. For a moment, she found herself looking into a disturbingly featureless face, before she settled on the black eyes and small flaring nostrils just below them. The bishop was sniffing her scent, unsettling, didn't even begin to cover it. "Captain Osmond Phillips," said cautiously, looking back and forth between her and the Sangheili. "Let me introduce you to Avu Med Talcam, speaker for the servants of the abiding truth. He used to be a field master, but he's renounced the ways of the infidels and cleansed his name, because they brought shame and misery on the Sangheili, and they deserve to hang from the spikes." He seemed to be quoting very carefully, glancing at the Sangheili, as if for confirmation. He gave her a don't say anything daft look. He means the Arbiter. Telcam sniffed again. Osmond could smell him too. It was a faintly leathery scent, like the seats of a new car. It wasn't unpleasant. I'm Captain Osmond. I'm a shipmaster. Telcam would get to the point. So I keep my word, may we talk. She gave Phillips her get-lost look. This wasn't for his ears. And that was as much for his own good as Earth's. Can you give us 10 minutes, Professor? Phillips nodded and turned away. This was why Osmond didn't like using co-opted specialists. If he'd known that what she was about to do, he would probably have gone all ethical on her. I might be underestimating him, of course, but his job is done. It's not his problem now. Telcam tilted his head to one side. Osmond had to strain to make out the words, but it was no harder than concentrating on a bad radio signal. The creature really could speak pretty good English. Shipmaster, my people have been punished because they have no faith, he said. A fine mist of saliva cooled on her face after every time he hit a sibilant or an F. It didn't look easy to articulate those four-way jaws. The traitor Thelda Vadam and his ilk now say the gods are deceivers, and so they shall die. We have been enthralled to mongrel races long enough. We have let the false prophet of the Sanshayum corrupt our pure connection to the divine. Now we should do our penance and bring the Sangheili back to the true path. So what can you possibly want with us? Do you want to agree to a truce? How are you planning on killing Vedam and the other traitors? We have few ships left now. Few weapons too. But we have our devotion. We will find a way. Osmond noted the energy sword on his belt. We've got a right one here. A god-bothering, heavily armed maniac. Lovely. I can do business with that. She tried to find genuine common ground in case he could smell fear or deceit on her. A small dash of truth in a soup of lies worked wonders. What if we supplied you with some weapons? He jerked his head back. And why would you do that? The traitor sides with humans against his own. Humans gamble. I'm betting that your side will win. Dead friends aren't much use. Ah, Telcam made a little sound like a horse puffing through its lips. A fine spray rained on her again as she tried to not recoil. She picked up a whiff of something far too much like dog food. Kingmaker, this is your policy. You help us take control so that you know your enemy and think that you then control us. Look, we're never going to be friends, Fieldmaster. But we can agree to stay out of one another's way and lead separate existences. Too many lives have been lost, and it has to stop. Telcam leaned closer again, as if he was doing a uniform inspection. You have colonies here? This is part of the war. This is the cause of our enmity. Some of our colonies do not like us very much either, humans. Kill humans too. How tangled your lives are. My, you do speak good English. I was a translator once. I interpreted your communications from my old ship master. I speak several human languages. Well, that explains a hell of a lot. Phillips obviously didn't know, or at least he hadn't said, but Osmond decided to cut him some slack because he'd only been tasked to do the one thing. To get her an audience with dissident Sangheili, who were likely to disrupt any peace deals. He was lucky to get that far without having his head ripped off. Well, Fieldmaster, I think we can help one another keep our troublesome factions in line. Osmond turned slightly to keep Phillips in her peripheral vision, just in case he wandered back and heard too much. It might require some discretion, because we can't be seen to ally with you. But an unstable Sangheili Empire doesn't help us. and an unstable human one is a threat to you, yes? And some of my brethren might not understand my willingness to talk to the infidels, so we do favors, you and I? Indeed, for the greater good. Osmond paused a beat and made sure she didn't blink. Sangheili had a military sense of honor, and the truth she was about to drop into the deceit went some way towards satisfying her own. If I thought Vadam would survive as leader, I would be doing deals with him instead. She wasn't sure if Sangheili ever smiled. If they did, she'd had no idea what it would look like. Not with that four-way jaw. But Telkam's expression shifted just a little. The muscles in his dog-reptile face relaxed for a moment. I have a condition, he said. I thought you might. You blaspheme about the gods. You spread vile lies about them. They must stop. We just showed you what the halo was. Oh shit, come on, think. There's a way through this. We didn't set out to insult your beliefs. So the halos are machines of destruction. So you say the gods themselves were killed by them. Telkam leaned over her, almost nose to nose. He was so close that she couldn't focus on those dog-like teeth any longer. They were just creamy blurs in a purplish haze of gums. Your god chose to die for you, and that is precisely why we revere him, yes? And why you say he also lives. This so-called proof about the halos means nothing. Not even to you. And he uses the plural, halos. Osmond suspected that he wanted her to agree with him, to reassure him that the gods could be both dead and eternal at the same time, like some divine Schrodinger's cat, to put some certainty back into his life. She knew that feeling, but the last thing she wanted was a theological argument with a heavily armed alien 4 or 5 times her weight. She bit back a comment that her name was Osmond, and that he was thinking of someone else's religion. We've had scientists who claim they've disproved the existences of God, and others who argue you can't prove anything, she said carefully. But it hasn't made any difference to any of our religions. Faith is quite separate. Then you understand, Telkam drew back. If you arm us, if you stay away from our worlds, then when we take power and restore the rightful ways, we will leave you alone. Deal, she said. She almost held out her hand to shake on the agreement, but thought better of it. I'll be in touch very soon. The Sangheili just turned and loped away to his ship without another word. It was too easy to look at them and see only an ungainly animal with strangely bovine legs, and not a superior force that had almost brought Earth to its knees. Phillips walked up to her, but didn't ask her what had happened. His expression said he was bursting to find out. Are we done? Osmond nodded. That's one enemy we don't have to fight for a while. She gave him a thumbs up. Well done. I never thought we'd get one of them to talk to us, let alone reach an agreement. We owe you. I admit it's satisfying to be able to put the theory into practice. Wonderful to have a unique access to Sangheili space with all expenses paid, of course. Good old Oni, my taxes well spent. Osmond headed back to the shuttle, suddenly aware of small fragments of glass crunching underneath her boots. Damn, that's not broken bottles. It's vitrification. You don't feel your academic cred's been stained by mixing with us grubby little spooks, then? God, no. I'm not that naive. I know what they're up to. Just don't tell me, that's all. I have to be able to deny it when it's straight in my face. So he certainly wasn't stupid. And Oni wasn't doing anything that countless governments hadn't done over centuries to look over their other interests. She should have expected him to work it out. And we're doing what exactly? Oh, I thought I was helping you establish diplomatic channels with the hard-to-reach Sangheili demographics. You told me not to tell you. Yes, so I did, he winked at her. Well, you slapped a saddle on that tiger. Now you better make damn sure you don't fall off. They settled into their seats, and she ran the pre-flight check before handing over to the AI. Phillips was whistling tunelessly under his breath at the time, as if he was glad to be leaving. Osmond had expected him to be reluctant to go home, but obviously had what he wanted. Some dazzling scientific paper, some award-worthy research, maybe even a lucrative book that nobody else in the field had, and that seemed to be enough. He wouldn't be coming back here. He probably realized that. Oni regarded him as a single-use sharp. Just remember that my enemy's enemy isn't my friend, Professor, she said, opening a secure comms channel. He's my enemy who's just taking a sidebar. Phillips burst out laughing. You sweet, innocent little flower, you've never worked in academia, have you? Red in tooth and claw, feuds plots, vengeance that works. I can imagine. The secure channel indicator flashed and Osmond lowered her voice. Osmond here, ma'am. Professor Phillips and I are on the way back. Thank you for letting me know, Captain. Admiral Margaret Perengoski, head of the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence, never raised her voice and never needed to. I assume things went well. Osmond could translate Perengoski-isms easily enough. Have you set up the Sangheli insurrection? That was what she meant. Few outside the Navy and the senior ranks of government knew who Perengoski really was, let alone knew how to fear her. Osmond suspected she was the only person in the Admiral's circle who would always be forgiven if she ever failed, but she wasn't in a hurry to try and test that theory. Everything's fine, ma'am, she said. Thanks, Professor Phillips, for me. Thank Professor Phillips for me. Safe flight. Jesus. Osmond signed off, and the AI took over. The shuttle shuddered on its dampers as its engines reached peak power. In a few hours, they'd rendezvous with the Battle of Minden and head back to Earth, where the mission would be over for Phillips, but only just beginning for her. So far, so good. Do I get a gold star? He asked. Maybe an extra cookie? Where's the best Turkish restaurant in Sydney? I don't know. Oh, really? Sorry. It always caught her short. She never actually said she had Turkish roots, and, odd for a woman so used to lying for a living, she couldn't bring herself to construct a cover story for herself. She simply allowed everyone to make assumptions based on her name and her Mediterranean coloring. Her real name hadn't been Osmond, not as far as she knew, and she had no plans to use her access to Oni classified files to find out who she really was. She could only be who she was now. Phillips would have treated her very, very differently if he had Spartan 019 on her ID badge. It was better if nobody knew what she was and what she was not. Yes, I've been away too long, she said, relenting, but I can smell a good Imam Bayildi 10 clicks away. Anyone could. It wasn't really a lie. Phillips rubbed his hands together, miming delight at the thought of food that didn't come out of a rations pack. The shuttle lifted clear of New Lanelli, and Osmond caught one last glimpse of the monitor of that lake of vitrified sand. That's what I'm entitled to break the rules. That's why I'm entitled to break the rules, to make sure it never happens again. Osmond was sure she'd heard the argument before, more than 30 years ago, but she couldn't remember if it was before or after she'd met Dr. Halsey. Academia, she said. Yes, it's a savage old world, isn't it? Mark Donaldson Way, Sydney, Australia. Australia Day, 2 months after the Battle of Earth, January 26, 2553. There was just one flagpole left intact on the shattered Sydney Harbour waterfront, and a workman in a hard hat and orange overalls was clambering up a maintenance gantry to reach it. It was a damn long way to fall. Corporal Vaz Beloy wandered out onto a stump of a girder that had once been part of a pedestrian overpass, trying to get a better view. A piece of dark blue fabric dangled from the workman's back pocket. Vaz couldn't see a safety harness, but then there wasn't much left of the crumbling building to secure it to. And they say ODSTs are crazy. He watched the man with renewed curiosity. Malgafen caught up with him and leaned on what was left of the overpass safety rail. It creaked as he put his weight on it. "Come on, we've only got an hour." Mal gestured irritably with his wrist, brandishing his watch, then frowned at something on his sleeve. "Sod it, I'm covered with crap already. We can't rock up in our number 3s looking like this. It's the Admiral." "It'll brush off," Vaz said, distracted by the reckless workman again. He held up a warning finger. "Wait. I have to see what this guy does." He knew Mal wasn't being disrespectful. He was just nervous about being summoned to Oni without explanation. And Vaz understood that. But they had another mission to complete. A visit to Sydney was so rare. "And we made a promise, Admiral or no Admiral." A small crowd watched from the shore, a mix of construction workers, firefighters, and sappers who were still digging bodies out of the rubble 2 months after the bombing. The workman, now teetering on the end of the gantry, lunged at the flagpole and managed to haul in the lanyard. He clipped the flag to it and wobbled for a moment before tugging out the line to reveal the white stars of the Southern Cross on a deep blue ground, with a single gold Commonwealth star on green ground in the canton. Everyone cheered. A fleet tender in the harbor sounded its klaxon. Mel seemed to be working something out, lips moving as if he was counting. "Well done. Oz 765. Not out." He nudged Vaz in the back and strode off. "Come on. We've got to find the bar. If we don't do it now, we won't get another chance for years." Vaz watched the workman edge back down the gantry to the relative safety before he felt able to turn away and catch up with Mal. "Okay, why 765, he asked. 765 years since the first migrants landed here. It's Australia Day." They walked across the temporary walkway that spanned a crater the full width of the road. It vibrated under their boots like a sprung floor. "You understand not out, don't you? Don't make me explain cricket to you again." "I understand cricket just fine," Vaz bristled. "What's your problem?" "Sorry, mate. Parengoski-itis." Both of them had done more than 100 drops behind enemy lines and accepted they might not survive the next one. But the prospect of being hauled before a very elderly woman with a stoop and a lot of gold braid had kept them awake every night for the past week. Even ODSTs were wary of Margaret Parengoski. "She's over 90, Vaz said. "None of those stories about her can be true. She just spreads them for effect. Like my grandmother used to." "Look, we said we wouldn't play guessing games about this. We'll know soon enough. You started it. Well, she's not invited us for tea and medals, has she? It'll be a bollocking. You want ODSTs to do a job for you, you ask for a fire team or a company battalion even. You know how paranoid Oni is. Top secret, eat before reading." Mal picked more specks off of his sleeve, frowning. "Aw, come on. It's just a bloody meeting. It's not like we're storming a beachhead." "But why us?" Vaz checked the tourist map again. "This thing's useless. I can't see any landmarks." Mal fumbled in his pocket and took out the ancient button compass that he'd always carried. "Fieldcraft, Vaz. Back to basics. If we can't find the bar, we're not worthy of the uniform." There wasn't a living soul in sight, not even a cop or a construction worker to ask for directions. The hum of activity, bulldozers, trip hammers, drills, was receding. One street at a time. The bank that should have been standing on the next corner was a tangle of metal joists that collapsed in the masonry. There was no sign of plazas full of pavement cafes either. And the shopping center that was supposed to be on Vaz's left looked like a slab of honeycomb with the wax layer ripped off. All that he could see was a procession of composite block walls, now just a few courses high, red and white, cord and tape fluttering between steel poles, the smell of raw sewage now hitting him. "You lads look lost." A civil defense warden popped up like a ranged target behind the barrier 50 meters away, and Vaz almost reached for the rifle he wasn't carrying. It was hard adjusting to a place where there were no threats. "Yeah, I think we are," Vaz said. "You trying to find Bravo 6? The warden meant the UNSC headquarters. "Wrong direction, son." "Noah Bar," Mal said. "The Pantheon." "It's gone." The warden glanced at his watch as if he thought it was a bit early to drink, then studied Mal's uniform, peering at the death's head insignia with the baffled frown. Maybe the Corps had taken the low-profile Special Forces thing a bit too far. "What are you, then, Marines?" "ODSTs," Mal paused. The guy didn't seem to be catching on. "Orbital Drop Shock Troopers." "Yeah, Marines." "Oh, them." "So, how do we get to the Pantheon Bar?" Vaz asked. "I told you. It's just rubble now. They're clearing the site." "We don't want to drink. We've got something else we need to do." The warden gave Vaz a sideways look. Maybe the man thought his English wasn't so hot because of his heavy accent. "Just keep going that way," he said, indicating 45 degrees and slowing his speech down a bit for the hard to understand. "You'll see the bus at the station. It's 2 streets north of there." Vaz was starting to sweat as he walked away. It was midsummer, and his formal uniform was starting to fry him. Not that he had the option of showing up in short sleeves. Mal somehow still looked pristine, despite the concrete dust on his elbows and his boots. "What are we going to use for a drink?" Mal asked. "I don't know. Maybe we just say what we have to say and then leave it at that." They'd promised Emmanuel that if they ever passed through Sydney, something Vaz had thought highly unlikely, that they'd find the man's favorite bar and raise a toast in his memory. It had been a very matter-of-fact conversation. ODSTs didn't think of getting killed as if. It was more like when. Doesn't make it any easier, though, does it? Doesn't mean we miss him any less. "Ah," said Mal. As soon as they turned the corner and looked up the road, they could see the bulldozers at work, ripe for development. Some of the clearance crew stopped to watch them walking along the center line of the road. Vaz counted the stumps of internal walls and decided that 21 Strathclyde Street had stood, where there was now a ragged crater fringed by the remains of 4 bright turquoise Doric columns. Mal looked them over, uncharacteristically grim. "Man, he never did have much taste in bars," he said quietly. "Poor bugger." One of the construction workers took off his hide gloves and picked his way over to the rubble toward them. Headed down, eyes shielded by the peak of his hard hat. It was only when he looked up that Vaz realized it was actually a woman. A nice-looking redhead. Vaz sometimes tried to imagine how alien he must have looked to a civilian these days, but he could guess, from the slight frowns he'd been getting this morning, that he didn't come across as a nice friendly boy next door. He decided to let Mal do all the talking and stood back to look down into the crater. A pool of stagnant water lay at the bottom like a mirror, busy with mosquitoes. "What can we do for you, mate?" the redhead asked. Mal pointed at the complete absence of the bar. "Was that the Pantheon?" "Yeah, better stay clear of the edge. You can see it's not happy hour. We've got a promise to keep a maid who didn't make it back." The redhead cocked her head to one side. "We're supposed to keep people out of this road. Safety regs. You know what the council's like. But what they don't know won't hurt them." Vaz pitched in. They'd had half an hour to do this, and then make themselves presentable to report to Bravo 6. "We just want to raise a glass to him, ma'am, then we'll go." The redhead stood with her hands on her hips, inspecting Vaz. "Did you bring a bottle?" That was a good question. They'd expected the bar to be open, not demolished, and they'd run out of time to find a bottle shop, as the locals called it. Mal shrugged, doing his "I'm just a lovable rogue" look that usually worked on women. The redhead gave him a sad smile and turned to her crew with a hand held out, like she was asking for a tool. One of the men picked up a lunchbox from the seat of the dump truck and tossed her a plastic bottle. She handed it over to Mal with due reverence. "Best we can do, Marine," she said. "Go ahead. But don't fall in, and don't break your neck." After some of the jumps Vaz had gone on, that would have been an embarrassing way to go. Mal read the label on the bottle and smiled. Fruit juice. He'd seen the funny side of that. "Thanks, sweetheart." The clearance crew moved back a little, but they were still watching. Vaz squirmed. It felt like taking a leak in public. So what did they do now? All the vague plans to get hammered and reminisce about Emmanuel had now gone out the window, and Parangoski would surely be waiting. Mal unscrewed the cap and handed it to Vaz. He took a swig, passion fruit or something, warm and fizzy, and handed it back. Mal took a pull and held up the bottle like a glass of vintage champagne. "Emmanuel Barakat," he said, "Hell jumper. Brother. One of the best. We'll miss you, Manny." Vaz forgot the audience of hard hats. All he could see was water trickling from a broken main into the pool at the bottom of the crater. "Yeah, Manny, rest in peace." Mal handed the bottle back to the redhead. "Thanks again. We'll get out of your hair now." "No worries." "I'm sorry about your mate," she paused. "It's all over then? Is the war really over?" "I don't know." Mal turned and started to walk away, Vaz following. "But it's pretty quiet out here for the first time I can remember." They were a few paces down the road before the clapping started. It was the strangest thing. Sorry. Vaz turned around and there were a dozen men and women in high-vis tabards and riggers' boots just clapping and looking at them. And it wasn't a general reaction to Mal's comment or the war either. The workers were applauding them. Nobody said a word. Vaz couldn't imagine one, even if he'd known what to say. They'd reached the end of the road before Mal spoke again. That was decent of them. Vaz wasn't sure if he meant the fruit juice or the applause. But maybe the war was finally over. Everywhere they'd stopped off in the last few days, at every shop, in transit point, the atmosphere was a strange blend of dread, bewilderment, and elation. Sylvius were still getting used to the idea. He'd expect it to be like a newsreel from the end of the Great Patriotic Wars, with people dancing in the streets and climbing lampposts to hoist flags. But that war had only lasted 6 years, however. Bloody the battles. People in 45 and 2090 and 2103 and 2162 could recall what peace felt like and knew what they'd missed. But now there were 2 generations that couldn't remember a time when Earth wasn't at war with the Covenant. Nobody had signed any surrender or ceasefire yet, though. Vaz wasn't taking anything for granted. Mal quickened his pace, and Vaz matched it, deciding not to tell him he had a splash of mud drying on his pant leg. He'd sort it out later. They headed back to the nearest intact main road to hail a cab. Even in a city smashed to rubble, there was still a decent living to be made from ferrying UNSC personnel around. And one of the few places that remained untouched by the attack was the massive underground complex of Bravo 6. The driver who picked them up just glanced at them in the rearview mirror and said nothing for a while. When he caught Vaz's eye, he looked away. Were you here when the Covenant attacked? Vaz asked, trying to be sociable. Yeah, the driver nodded. I hid in the sewers. Didn't even know where I was when I came out. He licked his lips. It's all over. Like the news keeps saying, I mean. You'd know better than anybody, wouldn't you? I don't know, Vaz said, but the Covenant looks like it's falling apart. Maybe that is the same thing. It wasn't, and he knew it. It just meant that the certainties of us and them would be replaced by a rag bag of trouble from unpredictable quarters, just as it always had on Earth. Aliens were a lot more like humans than anyone would like to admit. But like humans, they could all be dropped with the right ordinance too. That wasn't going to change. Vaz was glad there were still some things that he could rely on. Come on, Mel said, as they showed their IDs to the duty sergeant. Practice your nice big smile for she who must be obeyed. Whatever she wants, it's only pain. Forerunner Dyson Sphere, last definitive position, Onyx. 3 hours into reconnaissance patrols. Catherine Halsey jerked her head around and stared into the bushes. She realized she was the last person to react to the rustling in the leaves. Mendez, Tom, and Olivia had their rifles trained on the same spot, and Kelly had sighted up and was edging toward it. Something small and green shot up the trunk of the nearest tree to cling to the bark and stare at them. Not much meat on that, I'm afraid. Kelly lowered her weapon. It was a lizard with a narrow, almost bird-like face and a frilled crest. For a moment, it paused, crest raised and absolutely still. Then zipped down the tree again and vanished back into the bushes. Still, it confirms we have food chains here. Just as long as we're at the top of it, Olivia murmured. Halsey wished she still had her sidearm, while she respected the Forerunner's vastly superior technology. They hadn't been around to mind the shop for a very long time, and there was no telling what might have evolved here since they'd left this place. There were plants here that definitely weren't from Earth. If the fauna was drawn from other worlds the Forerunners had visited, anything was possible. She didn't need to point that out. All unknown territory was presumed to be potentially hostile. Mendez came to a halt and fumbled, one hand in his pockets. Why? Why what? Tom asked. Why did the Forerunners put trees and animals here? Just to make this place nicer while they sat out the Holocaust? Or is it some kind of zoo? Mendez tapped his radio, and Halsey suddenly heard the crackle and hiss from the receiving end. Lieutenant, Mendez here. We're seeing some wildlife now. Lizards? Anything on your end? Fred's patrol was now on a parallel path a kilometer away. Not yet, Chief. But we've got blossom on some of the trees, so I'm guessing there'll be pollinators around. Insects, birds, small animals. Halsey couldn't bear assumptions. Or they're self-pollinating. Some of the plants look like Earth species, but so far, we haven't seen anything confirmed as edible. Fred sounded as if he was climbing something, pausing for breath. Keep looking. They were spread out in patrol formation with Mendez on point and Kelly walking tail. Halsey was suddenly conscious of being a misfit rather than a boss here. The theoretician who'd created a generation of Spartans but had never actually served. And all the small, soldierly things that the Spartans seemed to do automatically, constantly scanning the branches in the trees, turning to take a few paces backward and check behind every so often. It all leapt out at her. She simply didn't move in those ways. And not just because she was lugging a bag that seemed to be heavier by the minute and burdened with a skirt. It just wasn't part of her unconscious fabric, as if it was with them. It unsettled her. Nobody expected her to behave like a Spartan. Even if she'd trained a generation of them, she wasn't sure why that troubled her. Bird, Tom said to nobody in particular, pointing out. He sighted up. I can't tell, even with the scope. Halsey followed his gesture to see a few tiny black dots making lazy passes high above them. Something about movement wasn't bird-like, though. It reminded her of a bat's flight, but much slower. If it is, it doesn't fly like any avian species I know, Kelly said. We're going to have one hell of a nature table. They were moving through knee-high grass now, rolling down dotted with stands of trees, some of which were made up of the terrestrial oaks that seemed to be everywhere. Others had bloated gray trunks and tiny deep red, frond-like crowns that Halsey didn't recognize at all. It still didn't answer the chief's question as to whether it was an ornamental or part of a conservation project. So how many did they expect to shelter here? The whole population? Or just the greater and the good? And for how long? The quiet was as unfamiliar as the vegetation, layer upon layer of small wild sounds that merged into white noise, of a countryside that sounded utterly alien. Humans had their own template of normal ambient noises, Halsey decided, and it remained unnoticed until they didn't hear it. She noticed the absence of hers now. No familiar bird song, no distant rumble of traffic, no aircraft overhead. It kept her on edge. Every sound seemed suddenly magnified. The Spartan's armor clicked as their weapons shifted slightly with each pace. Mendez reached out behind him and took something out of his belt pouch, making the material rasp against his webbing. Then something touched Halsey's shoulder. She yelped and spun around. Sorry, ma'am. It was Olivia, one of the Spartan Threes. She held out something between her thumb and forefinger. This was crawling up your back. Might be harmless, but I'm erring on the side of caution here. Halsey's heart was hammering now. She hadn't even realized the girl was behind her. For God's sake, don't creep up on me like that. She felt like a fool as soon as she said it. Olivia didn't react, but when Halsey looked around embarrassed, she caught Mendez giving her a long, unblinking stare. She could see what he was holding now. His one weakness, a Sweet Williams cigar, or at least the last few centimeters of one. He rolled it between his thumb and his forefinger for a few slow moments, like a rosary, before stowing it in his belt pouch again. Let's you and me walk a while, Doctor, he said, ambling back down the line toward Olivia. Up you go, O. Take point. O must have been Olivia's nickname. Halsey found herself the outsider again, not the matriarch. The girl lifted off her helmet, one-handed, to take a closer look at the creature that was squirming between her fingers. A beetle-like thing, about 10 centimeters long, with one bright orange stripe and a long tapering spike out of the tail. Olivia couldn't have been more than 16 or 17. She had poreless coffee brown skin and delicate features that made Halsey think of her origins were in the Horn of Africa. Just a tail, not a sting. Olivia let the insect go and replaced her helmet. But you never know. Halsey glanced around. Kelly had now fallen back a distance, and Tom had moved well to the right. Halsey realized the Spartans had instantly given her and Mendez some fight space, apparently without a single gesture or word passing between them. That was a testament to good shared situational awareness. Is there anything you want to say to me, Doctor? Mendez said quietly. He took his cigar butt out again and parked it in the side of his mouth without lighting it. Because we've been awful civil so far. You know, you damn well knew. Is that your last one? Halsey asked. I got 3 left. I'm rationing myself for the good of the mission. Spoken like a true smoker. Don't worry, I won't light it up anywhere near you. Always a gentleman. Mendez was a hard man to read, but it was safe to assume that the less emotional he showed, which wasn't much at the best of times, the more he was keeping his reactions battened down. He just gave her that dead-eyed look. It was probably the last thing that a lot of Covenant troops ever saw. Okay, ma'am. If you won't open the battling, I will. You are, I know, ticked off that there's a whole batch of Spartans you didn't bless or know about. Mendez took the cigar out of his mouth and pocketed it again. Now, while I'm happy to discuss all of that, I'm asking you to do one thing. Treat the Spartan 3s the way you treat the others. If you got a problem with the program, Doctor directed at me, not them. They're Navy. They've earned respect. It stung in a way that polite rebukes always did, with a little extra smack in the mouth for disrespecting men and women in uniform. Am I really that rude? Yes, I suppose I am. Halsey bit back the indignation that he'd been fermenting since she'd first seen complete strangers on Reach daring to wear Spartans' Mjolnir armor. It had fallen into place, Parangoski putting Onyx off limits, Mendez dropping out of sight all those years ago, Ackerson raiding her data around the same time. All she'd need was the video logs and the information from Cortana to add the Halo array and the Flood into the equation, and then she had a fairly reliable set of sign points. Parangoski must have had a good idea of what might have been an Onyx, even if she didn't know the full nature of the threat and couldn't access any of it. It was why Halsey had picked Onyx. It was about more than realizing they were Spartans there. Spartans she had to save. It was a gamble on the Forerunners. Meticulous survival precautions. I'm lucky, but we make our own luck. I don't have a problem with them, Chief. Or I wouldn't have come here to save them, would I? She said. Maybe that sounded a bit too messianic. She watched his eyes harden a little more. But it's not easy finding that someone you've worked for or with for years kept something of this magnitude from you. It's called need to know, ma'am, and I don't decide who needs to know. I just follow lawful orders. He gave her that look again, heavy-lidded, as if he was shaping up to spit on her. But you knew more about Onyx than you're telling me. Just putting two and two together, following the crumbs. And I'm sure you're too professional to withhold any information from us that we need to stay alive. Ouch. My only aim is to save the Spartans. I think you can count on that. Mendez looked away in silence and kept walking. Halsey realized she was matching his pace now, struggling to keep up with him. I really wish I'd worn pants, she thought, and I wish I was fitter. We're the same age, for goodness sake. She was following his lead, one of those little psychological tells. He was the dominant individual now because this was his natural environment. The concrete, the physically dangerous, and not hers. She didn't take that at all. Who told you to mention the Spartan 3 program to me? She asked. There was a chance it would never matter, but she had to know. Colonel Ackerson had hacked the confidential data, but that didn't mean that his was the only score she'd have to settle. Ackerson, Parangoski, or both. I was only told who I could tell. But I wouldn't have told you anyway. No, this wasn't quite the Chief she was used to. The one who looked away and kept his counsel, rounding on Olivia, had definitely provoked him. You'd spent all your time arguing that we didn't have good enough candidates and trying to get it shelved. And I'd have told you the attitude trumps genetics every time. I know that. Halsey didn't have a personal radio, but everyone else did. Mendez turned away from her instantly and responded to the call she couldn't hear. Go ahead, sir. It had to be Fred. Where? Where? The word made Halsey spin around, left and then right. It was pure instinct. But when she caught sight of Kelly, the Spartan was looking up. Damn, he's right, she said, and aimed. Halsey could see it now. There was a black dot in the picture-perfect blue sky getting bigger by the second. Something was swooping down on them. Tom was nearest to her. Ma'am, Down. It was a fluke. If anyone had the lightning reflexes and sheer speed to reach her, it was Kelly. But Tom cannoned into Halsey and pinned her down just as charcoal gray cylinder, the size of a wine bottle, whisked by so close. She felt the rush of air on her face. For a moment, she couldn't see where it had gone. She was looking up at the lower edge of Tom's visor, wondering for a moment why she could still breathe. That SPI armor was light, cheap stuff, thank God. 300 kilos of Mjolnir armor wouldn't have killed her, but Tom was kneeling over her on all fours, shielding her from whatever had decided to target them. He just pushed her down. It's okay, it's okay. That was Kelly. Halsey heard the rifle click. I got it. It's not doing anything. Tom got to his feet and helped Halsey up now. Kelly had her rifle trained on the cylinder, frozen. It's a silent hover 2 meters off the ground. Is that some kind of mini Sentinel? Mendez asked. Because if it is, we've already seen the big ones, and you know what happens when those bastards link up. For a moment, Halsey was totally distracted by the matte gray device that had completely forgot her moment of ignominy in the grass. It wasn't a defense machine like the deadly Sentinels they encountered on the surface. It gave the impression that it was waiting for something, although it had dived on them like a fighter. Halsey edged closer despite Kelly waving her away and looked at the underside. A cluster of lights, no illuminated symbols she could read, were visible. 2 blue and 1 green light that was also greenish-white. The blue ones were blinking. Could have been counting down to detonate, of course. The Forerunners would have gone to a lot of trouble to ensure no unwanted life forms contaminated this sanctuary. Halsey still had no evidence that the sphere's apparent tolerance of human intrusion was anything more than luck. No telling what'll happen if I shoot it, Kelly said. And size doesn't mean something isn't lethal, right? Oh? Olivia suddenly appeared from nowhere. Halsey really never heard her coming. Maybe old age was creeping in. Shall we, catch it? Olivia asked. We're supposed to be acquiring technology here. Kelly reached out slow and cautious for once. She was a finger length from the cylinder when it shot up in a perfect vertical and vanished before she could target it. Damn, I've finally been outrun, she said. Oh, the shame of it. Mendez watched from a distance, lips moving. He was talking to Fred's squad on the radio. Halsey's stomach growled, reminding her of the top priority. It'll be back, she said. And I'd like to take it alive. She turned to Tom, who'd taken off his helmet and was scratching his scalp. He was just as luminously young as the other Spartan threes, with dark hair and a bruise on his chin that was already turning yellow at the margins. Is that from when Kirk knocked you out? Yes. Tom stared at the point between his boots and blinked a few times. I should have never left him to hold off the elites on his own. It's okay. I know you wouldn't. Halsey wasn't sure if she was trying harder because Mendez had snarled at her, or if she really did feel the pang of regret. Saving someone is a reflex. Nobody who's wired that way thinks about it when they do it, do they? Tom just shrugged. No point taking chances, ma'am. You're the only one here who can read the Forerunner menu, aren't you? Thanks, Spartan, she said. Do I mean that? Yes, I think I do. I'll try to find you a steak. Chapter 2. Humanity can now breathe again. The Covenant has finally been driven back. The cost in lives, our troops, and our citizens has been enormous. But freedom never comes cheaply, and now we must rebuild. I promise this to every man, woman, and child on Earth, and in its colonies. While we will continue to strive for a peaceful coexistence with other species, humanity will never again allow itself to be the victim of aggression. This is the moment we start to reclaim our rightful place in the universe. This was part of the inaugural speech of Dr. Ruth Charest, new president of the Unified Earth Government, January 2553. Core 5, Office of Naval Intelligence, Bravo 6 Facility, January 26, 2553. Don't mind me. BB settled down to watch and learn. I'm no trouble at all. I'll stay out of your way. I'm just observing. And he was observing a man who seemed to think his time had come. The idiot. Didn't realize the war was anything but over. David Agnoli, minister of the colony, sat on the low oak bookcase with his back to Parangoski's office. He still didn't seem to have the measure of UNSC yet. Do you think the old bat's ever gonna die, Captain? Agnoli reached down between his legs to pull out a volume at random, but BB was pretty sure he was keeping an eye out on the office door via the reflection of the glass panel beside him. Or will she transmorgify into her true basilisk form and vanish in a puff of sulfur? I'd pay good money to see that. He started leaving through the book, a faded and ancient copy of the Admiralty Manual of Seamanship Volume 2. Captain Osmond glanced at him with faint contempt. The Admiral speaks very highly of you, David, she said sourly. I think the word was weasel. Well, it began with a W anyway. Come on, you're the anointed one. You can get me in to see her, can't you? If she'd known you were coming, I'm sure she would have made time for you, but she's got a lot of souls to digest. She gave him a look of faint disgust as he rifled through the yellowing pages. Look, do you know how many centuries old that book is? Admiral Hood gave it to me. Don't get greasy fingerprints all over it. Agnoli turned to look over his shoulder as Parangoski's door opened. Her Flag Lieutenant Dorsey hovered with his hands braced on the door frame, as if he didn't dare cross the threshold. The Admiral will see you now, Captain. Dorsey made a polite show of noticing Agnoli. Oh, hello, Minister. Will we be seeing you at Dr. Charet's reception later? Possibly. Agnoli closed the ancient book with exaggerated care and stood up to put it back on the shelf. He nodded at Osmond and Dorsey as they vanished. I'll show myself out then. Perhaps the lieutenant can make an appointment for me. Osmond watched him until he was out of sight, but not out of the BBs, then reached out to pick up some files from her desk. BB decided it was time to introduce himself. He projected his three-dimensional holographic image into the doorway and waited for her to react. How else was an AI supposed to shake hands? Osmond stopped in her tracks and stared at him. And whose little pet are you? She cocked her head a fraction, as if she suddenly wasn't quite sure what he was. You're fully sentient, aren't you? I'm Black Box, he said. I thought I'd introduce myself before we met the Admiral. Osmond looked over at him with no change in her expression whatsoever. BB's holographic avatar was a cube, a featureless box picked out in blue light, because he saw no point in masquerading as something other than what he was, pure intellect. His intricate thought process, a closed book to organic life, he couldn't bear the theatrics of manifesting as flesh and blood. Faces are for wannabes. I'm not a surrogate human. You didn't answer my question, Black Box, Osmond said, waiting until he moved aside. Whose AI are you? He followed her for a few meters as she walked the corridor, as far as he could project himself using her desk terminal. I report to the Admiral, and she calls me BB. You might like to as well. Osmond looked over her shoulder to say something, but he'd run out of range and had to switch to another terminal. It took him a fraction of a second to reroute himself through the fire alarm system and the mainframe to project from Parangoski's terminal and pop up again in front of Osmond. She was in the process of turning around again to look for him. Judging by the way she flinched, he'd actually managed to startle her. Apologies, Captain, he said. As I was saying, I work for Parangoski. Doing what exactly? Whatever she wants, BB said. Look after Osmond. Trust her. I've kept her under wraps for years, hidden her even from Halsey. She has a job to do. The Admiral thought. The sun shone out of Osmond's backside, and even a dot like Agnoli could see that she'd taken over when Paragoski decided to call it a day, even if he didn't know why. And if it was good enough for Paragoski, then it was good enough for BB. Ah, Hogarth. An alert rippled through BB, detected by extensions of his program that he distributed through the communication and security systems in key government buildings. There he goes. He's on prowl. Even if Captain Hogarth hadn't put a private appointment with the UEG in his diary, his comms handset made his movements trackable. And each secure door that he passes through betrayed his identity. He was moving around the president's suite of offices. So you're off to do some lobbying, are you? You really do fancy your chances as head of ONI. Shame that you've backed the wrong horse. What possible deal could the civilian government offer you? In the time it took BB to run all of his monitoring systems and check intelligence reports from 50 ships, Osmond had only just begun her instant reply. I never knew she had an AI, Osmond said, walking straight through BB's hologram into Paragoski's office. Humans didn't usually do that to AIs. They'd walk around them. He wasn't sure how to take this. Well, nice to meet you, BB. Paragoski gave him a wink as he moved in behind Osmond. I see you two are getting to know each other, she said, gesturing Osmond to a seat. That's good. Don't worry, Captain. You can trust BB with your life. Not a phrase I use lightly or figuratively. And I'm going to need to, ma'am, Osmond asked. Very possibly. Paragoski leaned forward slowly and painfully to check the status of the panel on her desk. The office was secure. Doors, seals shut, and soundproofing had been activated. BB had his own defenses to keep unfriendly AIs out of the Admiral's systems. But the benign dumb ones needed dissuasion too. He exploited them to spy and expect other AIs to do the same. Which is why I decided that you need your own AI, and why this conversation is strictly between you, me, and him. Osmond looked BB over, chewing her lip. He couldn't tell if she was pleased with the appointment or not, but she certainly seemed a little uneasy. Everything he could observe told him seeing, hearing, and sensing far more than a limited human, even a Spartan, ever could. From the minute feedback adjustments in the environmental controls, he could detect how much CO2 Osmond was exhaling. The security cameras enabled him to see her in any wavelength, including infrared. She looked rather flushed in that spectrum, which mirrored her increased respiration. Anxious, Captain? Are we talking about Kilo 5 or something else? Osmond asked. Something else. Paragoski twisted a little in her seat, as if she was trying to ease her arthritic hips. I'll come on to the squad later, but this is about Catherine Halsey. You found a body? Oh, she's alive. I can feel it in my water. But more to the point, Glamorgan's Elint has picked up something much more concrete. Paragoski indicated the screen. BB, do the honors, please. BB pulled up the files he'd collected from the Oni Corvette. The holographic display unfolded itself just over the desk between the two women, showing a chart of the system that once contained Onyx before the artificial planet he'd deconstructed itself. Slightly irregular concentric rings radiated out from the Onyx coordinates. One forlorn blue light was set within the red lines, a pinprick that marked the signal from Spartan armor transponders, the only KIA that had been confirmed, Lieutenant Ambrose. BB had left him a fragment of himself in Glamorgan's system to alert him as soon as anything was found. The Corvette's nav AI didn't seem to mind the intrusion. Sifting for debris out there in a slow process, Paragoski reached into the display and enlarged the detail. You know what it's like? Hard to spot anything smaller than a family car. It'll take the rest of the year to complete a visual search, But Glamorgan's picking up massive electromagnetic anomalies. Something's still there, but we can't see it. And unless every single sensor malfunctions, it's enormous. The size of the solar system. We knew there were areas underground that we couldn't access, but now we know that Onyx was wholly artificial. It's starting to support the theory that it was built as a citadel, a last chance saloon. Osmond was staring at the chart with a slightly open mouth, expression that told BB she was forming a theory. That's not any slipspace signature I'd recognize, but it looks a hell of a lot like it. Makes me wish I hadn't sent a wraith. Wreath? Makes me wish I hadn't sent a wreath. You didn't. You may get a chance, though. Well, it was only a matter of time before she found enough pieces to put together. You can't keep that much information completely quiet for that long, but you are sure? Oh, I never assume anything where Halsey's concerned. And she might well actually be dead, of course. Planning or no planning. But there's a logical progression. Parangoski counted out on thin fingers, joints swollen despite the doctor's best efforts. We have the Onyx battle reports from Dusk. We know she kidnapped Spartan 087. We know she persuaded Hood to deploy Spartans to Onyx. And we know damn well just how many Forerunner artifacts there were on the planet and what they might be. So, she had her Spartans, and she had access to Forerunner technology. Now, your turn. So she jumped ship, Osmond said. She's used something the Forerunners left behind. BB felt free to chirp in with his own theories. And after reading her journal, I think she's cleansing her conscience by hiding her Spartans. That's big of her, hiding them from us. Who knows, BB said. The woman rewrites her own reality as she goes along. Parangoski sucked in a breath. Osmond, she's effectively abducted some very scarce special force personnel, as well as Chief Mendez. She can steal all of the paperclips she likes, but she does not get to stroll off with billions of dollars worth of UNSC resources in the middle of a battle. If she had a military rank, she'd have faced a death penalty for that, and she still might. BB noted Osmond nod involuntarily. There was no love lost there, and it wasn't just because Osmond had taken on her mentor's loathing of Halsey. When did you last have contact with her, Captain? BB asked. You already know that, Osmond said stiffly. But if you don't, then you ought to. When she discarded me as breakage from her program, that's when. Just testing for potency of venom, Captain. Savored cold and all that. BB the best way. Parangoski turned to BB and gave him her don't be a naughty boy look, a rueful half smile. He suspected that Parangoski had been the kind of little girl who kept her pet scorpions and doted on them the way that other children cooed over puppies. We don't do pointless vengeance in ONI, BB, Parangoski said generally. We do vengeance with a pragmatic outcome in mind. Revenge might give you a warm feeling, but unless it's delivered some lasting results, you might as well have a nice cup of mocha instead. So, you want me to take Kilo 5 to Onyx, Osmond said. Obviously, in a hurry to move on from the personal stuff, or the gap where Onyx used to be. So who's going to handle the Sangheili mission? That's still our top priority. We've got elites to neutralize and the rest of the Halos to locate. Just stand by to divert to Glamorgan. If and when we find something. Mendez and some of the Spartan 3s could still be alive too. But don't forget you're going to have Spartan 010 in your squad. And she thinks that Halsey walks on water. They all do. Hence my preference for this private briefing. If you can't trust a Spartan, then who can you trust? I'm not saying they can't be trusted. I just don't want to put that loyalty to the test if we find Halsey, that's all. I'm not briefing the ODSTs about it either, just so that we don't have any slip-ups. We stick with our story. Halsey died a long way from Onyx. all suitable, sacrificial, and heroic. But that's for the UNSC's benefit, not hers. You could have made her vanish a long time ago, ma'am, Osmond said. There has to come a point where the irritant factor outweighs her usefulness. She reached it now. She's compromised our ability to fight. Parangoski turned her head and slowly glanced at the virtual window. The image it projected from above ground was a bright, sunny summer day. She looked almost wistful, as if she wanted to be outside for a change. Tomorrow's a bonus, BB. She said that quite a lot these days. So I want to find her alive. It's keeping me going, believe me. BB had access to every record in the ONI archives, and in 6 months since his creation, Parangoski had answered every question he'd put to her. Even so, it was hard for an AI to extract as much data from a human as he needed, even from an articulate and succinct one like Parangoski. Flesh and Blood was a very, very slow... Flesh and Blood was so very, very slow. The question most that fascinated him had still been yet to be answered. What made you dislike Halsey so much, Admiral? Oni has plenty of palatable, unlikable, dangerous people in its ranks, but you tolerate them. What did she do? She had answered in a way Halsey had lied to her, she said. But Oni was all about lies. They were now about to tell some more. So on to today's business. Parangoski shut down the holographic image. BB, are they all here now? Yes, ma'am. BB checked on the monitors in each separate waiting room, where the candidates sat isolated by specialty. Staff Sergeant Malcolm Gaffen, Corporal Vasily Biloy, Sergeant Leon Devereaux, Naomi 010, and Dr. Evan Phillips. Osmond didn't say a word for a moment. Sometimes Parangoski didn't tell her everything. But then Phillips had been a last-minute change of mind on Parangoski's part, and BB still wasn't convinced that the professor understood that they'd all agree in a matter of seconds. Philip craves knowledge like an AI. Can't exist without it. Gorges on more and more every day. I think we'll get on just fine. Phillips had rushed to Bravo 6 so fast that he was still repacking his hold all in the waiting room. I didn't know he was coming, Osmond said at last. Parangoski looked almost apologetic. She always took care not to offend Osmond, but BB knew that there were things she didn't tell her for her own good. This time was approaching. The infinity would finally mean something to her. He's a gamble I took 2 hours ago, Parangoski said. You might need his expertise even with BB around. I'll worry later about how I get him to keep his mouth shut. She eased herself up from the chair and reached for her cane. She needed it for the walk to the elevator down into the core of the High-Com complex. But somehow, she made it look like a weapon. She had every intention of using it. Time to put Kilo 5 together then, she said. BB, you're formally assigned to Captain Osmond as of now. Lead on, Captain. Private quarters of former shipmaster Jewel Mdama. Beck and Keep Mdama Sanghelios, January 26, 2553 in the human calendar. Nothing had changed as the Covenant had fallen. Just a deceptive surface of events, but Jewel Mdama despaired of making the Arbiter listen. They'll be back, he said, running a polishing cloth over his armor for the 10th time that morning. They're like the Flood. They'll expand to fill every available space. They'll devour everything in their path, except they can plan and wait and persuade our more gullible brothers with clever arguments, which make them even more dangerous. Ra-I, R-A-I-A is his name. I'm just going to call him Ray, because it's easy. Ray didn't say anything. She was still looking out of the window, jaws moving slightly, as if she was talking to herself and passing a stylus from one hand to the other. The sound of youngsters squabbling in the courtyard below rose on the breeze of the great Uncle Naxon waded in to restore order, yelling about discipline and dignity. "And even you don't listen to me," Jules said. He stopped short of seizing Ray's shoulder to make her look at him. Within the family keep, her word was law. Am I the only one who can see that the humans are just catching their breath? They won't forget, and they won't forgive. They certainly won't stop their colonizations. "Jewel, we face far more immediate problems than humans," Ray said. "I want you to look at something." She stepped back from the window and gestured to him with the kind of weary patience she reserved for small children. Jewel humored her. From the third-story window, he had a good view of the landscape that surrounded the keep. To the east, the hills were stepped with terraces of fruit vines designed to catch the sun. Looking west, he could see the fields in a neat mosaic of green, gray, and blue on either side of the lake, set against the gold mid-morning sky. It looked exactly like every image he'd ever seen of this landscape. It hadn't changed for centuries, and generations of his clan had worked hard to make sure that it didn't. He had every expectation that it would look this way for his sons and their sons, and his grandchildren too. Sangheili might have been betrayed and defeated temporarily, and their faith upended, but Mdamna never changed. "I don't have time for this," Jules said. "I have to go for the Kaiden's assembly. The Arbiter is going to be here soon." "Then you make time," Ray snapped. "A world needs more than warriors to survive." The Sanshayun knew how to make their servants' races weak. They confined us to one skill. Nobody called them the prophets now. It was too painful. But it was also a hard habit to break. And of course, we lapped that up, vain fools that we are. We all want to be warriors and nothing else. Now we have no engineers, no traders, no scientists. How will we feed ourselves? "I'll leave the estate management to you, Naxon." Jewel hadn't noticed any food shortages. It had only been half a season since the Arbiter had killed the last treacherous prophet on the High Council, and every certainty in life had evaporated since. But there was still food on the table. "I know better than to interfere with my wife's business." Ray drew back her arms, head thrust forward a little in that "you don't care" posture. He hadn't seen her in this angry state for such a long time. "That's the problem," she hissed. "Thousands of years doing the Sanshayun bidding, each species made as dependent as children. And we never asked ourselves what would happen if it all fell apart. The Sanshayun made us reliant on savages. Now we have to relearn the skills just to restore the basic communication. We built starships, Jewel. We were a spacefaring culture long before the Sanshayun arrived and turned us into their personal army." Jewel could still hear the youngsters in the courtyard, sticks crashing against each other's sticks. "Not like that, Naxon," Ray's grandbrother roared his head off, probably putting on the angry antics. "Control yourself. If that hadn't been a blade, you would have taken your own arm off." Jewel heard the loud thwack, followed by an absolute silence, as if Naxon had wrapped one of the children with his dummy weapon. There was no yelping or sniveling. It might even have been one of the females of the keep that was, as well as the males. Daughters would probably never serve in the front lines, but they had to be able to defend the keep if the worst were to happen. Ray was right as usual. Every Sangheili judged himself solely on his combat skills now. Jewel definitely couldn't remember any of his brothers or cousins saying they wanted to be an administrator or a cook. The shame would have been unbearable. And yet keeps and assemblies had to be run, and food had to be provided. Sangheili had stopped thinking about the Covenant kept itself running a long time ago. It's only been a half of a season, Jewel said. The world hasn't ground to a halt yet. We can import food and crops. If we fail, we can hire engineers. No, we can't, Ray said. We might find Kikyar traders willing to do business. But do you really think Jerohanai can maintain our technology now that Huragok have fled? And even if you don't give a damn about the domestic side of things, at least worry about your fleet. What happens when our ship's weapons need replacing? Think of that before you choose to carry on fighting the next war. We'll discuss this later, he said, picking his moment to escape. I have to see the Arbiter. He heard her hiss irritably again as he made his way down the passage. It's not a simple problem to fix. There were still a few loyal Ungoi and Jerohanai around, weren't there? They could easily learn to be farmers, or factory workers, or engineers. It was simply a matter of giving them clear instructions and making sure that they didn't drug themselves into a stupor or start too many fights. But it was far easier to vaporize everything living on a planet than reform an entire culture from scratch. The humans didn't have this problem. Clever little vermin, backward, small, and not the best at anything, but good enough at everything to survive. That was all the more reason to make the Arbiter see sense and crush them before they started recolonizing. Jewel looked down over the windowsill on the stairwell to make sure that it wasn't Durrell and Assam who had received the smack around the ear from Nolan for careless swordsmanship. Oh, sorry, from Naxon for careless Nolan. From Naxon for careless swordsmanship. No, it's Jamal. Not my boys. They're better than that. It was hard not to show his son's favor, but that would have told them who their father was, and no Sangheili male was allowed to know. Jewel's sons had to make their own way in the world, judged solely on their merits and without any assumption based on their bloodline. But I still wish I'd known who my father was. I think we all do. Sangheili mothers might not have been frontline fighters, but they certainly held the real power. The knowledge and selection of bloodlines, being Sangheili male, could sometimes be lonely and uncertain. Jewel had to pass through the courtyard to get his transport. The youngsters were still doing weapon drills as he walked by, taking the wooden sticks very seriously as Naxon stalked up and down in front of them. Tapping his baton against his palm as he watched and the parries and the thrusts. He gave Jewel a nod and didn't break his stride. None of the children looked Jewel's way either. Focus. It had to be taught and reinforced from the crib. Jewel was almost at the gate when Naxon called out to him, "Tell the Arbiter to watch his back." Jewel found that funny. He looked over his shoulder. I don't think he needs to be reminded of that. Jewel's young aide, Goosey, had been reduced to his personal driver now. Ships were in short supply, and there were no more crew than positions to be filled, and no tangible war to fight anyway. It was the first time in living memory that any Sangheili had to face the prospect of being idle or purposeless. Even the vehicles at the keep's disposal were a painful reminder of the disarray and confusion that the entire world seemed to find itself in. Gasay collected Jewel in the Revenant that still had a hastily repaired shell, damage all over it, with a particularly spectacular gouge, a handwidth deep, running from the nose to the driver's seat. Jewel wondered if the occupants had survived the attack that caused it. The plasma mortar was intact. He leaned over the open cockpit and stared at the seats, trying not to show his dismay. Did you raid the scrapyard, making a virtue of frugality? Are we? Sorry, shipmaster, but there are a great many revenants around, and very little else. Gasay always did his best. Jewel tried to keep that in mind. Better that you arrived to greet the Arbiter in a vehicle that's seen action, though, yes? Is the mortar operational? I didn't think it was going to be that sort of gathering, my lord. Jewel could never tell whether Gasay was being literal or trying to be funny. He decided to take the comment at face value. I'm sure we'll all listen reverently to what the Arbiter has to say. The Revenant swept north across land that was a lie in itself. Much of the landscape outside the city looked like a neat agricultural terrain of an ancient Helios long gone. Even the keeps, the regional assembly houses, and the clan settlements tried hard to at least nod to the old architectures of before. Jewel had always thought of it as a splendid regard for tradition and lineage, but not now. We still pretend to be farmers, like we deluded ourselves that we were still warriors, when we were only cannon fodder for the Sanshayum. Keeping up appearances wasn't going to change anything. Sangheli needed to remember who they were long before the Sanshayum came. They needed to reclaim their honor and independence. Very well, Ray. You have a point. So we find ourselves like humans, Gasset said, licking our wounds and learning our lessons. We're nothing like them, Jewel snapped. Don't let me hear you say that again. Gasset didn't breathe another word for the rest of the journey. Jewel settled back as best as he could in his seat. The metal frame was buckled, he was certain, and inhaled the scents on the breeze, eyes shut. The smell of the ocean mingled with the sharp scent of roadside herbs bruised by the Revenant's thrusters. It was a fragrant and familiar mixture that he'd missed during his recent years on the front. The Arbiter's drawn a good crowd, my lord. Gasset slowed the Reverend to a halt, and Jewel opened his eyes. I believe the humans would call that a full house. Every elder entitled to bear the Ndama title seemed to be here already. An assortment of transports sat along the sweeping road up to the Kaiden's keep, mostly revenants and ghosts, but also a human vehicle, a hydrogen-powered thing of which he'd seen far too many of, a warthog. So somebody had brought home a battlefield trophy for his clan. Well, there was no edict against this tasteless eccentricity. It might have even belonged to the Kaiden himself. Lavieu Mdomna himself, whatever his reputation in combat, old Lavieu had such vulgar tendencies that it made Jewel wonder if his mother had consorted with the Kikyar. Wait here, Jewel said, climbing out of the Remnant. I doubt this will take long. Lavieu was a traditionalist, so Jewel forgave him his undignified taste. The Kaiden still had a huge tiered chamber at the heart of his keep, the kind of ancient Sangheli warlords once held in court, albeit with their latest comforts and technologies provided by the Sanshayum. The walls were an electric blue, almost painfully intense and shiny with lacquer. Jewel nodded at the clan elders who knew well and caught the eye of those he didn't, then took his seat. The purplish-black upholstery was just as glossy and awful as the walls. He wondered if Lavieu was trying to emulate the leather cushions and lapis paneling of old Rolam. Someone leaned forward from the tier above and behind him to tap him on his shoulder. So what are we going to do for a high council now that we've kicked the Sanshayum, Jewel? An assembly of Kaidens? We don't even have a global capital to meet in. The keeps will argue about that until I grow a damn beak. It was Forza, another shipmaster without a ship. Do we even need a council, Jewel asked. All we need to worry about is... Of course we need a council. The only reason we didn't have one was because the Sanshayum told us what to do. He was interrupted by a growing rumble of murmurs as the doors on a lower level opened. Jewel looked down from his second-tier seat to see Lavieu usher in the Arbiter, Thel Vadam. I wonder if he's missing his pet humans. Why does he think any of them are worth sparing? Vadam wasn't quite as tall as Jewel had imagined. Somehow Jewel had expected someone iconic, unreal, as befitted a fleet commander, but Vadam simply held himself as if he were much bigger. He seemed to have slipped automatically into the role of pulling Helios together, whether he wanted it or not. Brothers, it's time to listen to what Thel Vadam has to say to us, Lavieu said. So let's be gracious while he speaks. Has the human admiral given you permission to talk to us then? Someone jeered. How generous of him. The Arbiter ignored the jibe, looking around the chamber as if he was settling on a target, but Lavu brought his fist down on the balustrade with a crack. "Courtesy, brothers. Hear the Arbiter's words. He has the floor." Vadam took a few circling strides, picking his moment. "Arbiter is a title I would prefer to forget," he said. "I'm simply a Kaidan again. As such, I've come to appeal for unity. I know there are misgivings about my recent cooperation with the humankind and strong opinions on both sides, but this is not the time for another civil war. We have to rediscover what unites us, and we have to repair the fabric that the Sanshayum have left in tatters. We must learn to be independent people again for the first time in millennia." It was hard to object to any of it. Vadam was talking like a politician, bland and conciliatory, switching back and forth between a formal language and of authority and camaraderie. I'm one of you in formality. Jewel waited. He was itching to make his challenge, but he also wanted to see if the elders from the larger, more powerful keeps would reveal their position first. A voice drifted down from one of the upper tiers. "Now, Kaidan Vadam, tell us something we don't know." "We think we've lost the gods, but we haven't," Vadam said. "We've lost ourselves. Millions of our finest, our young males, have been killed, not fighting humans, but in the Great Schism. Are we insane? Our bloodlines have been weakened, and our ships have been lost in civil war, all because we were deceived into loyalty to the Sanshayum. Brothers, we must consolidate what we have, whether flesh and blood or machine, before we can decide on a common purpose. But it will be our purpose, not another empire's. Perhaps our purpose is just to survive without being exploited by false prophets," Lavu said. The Arbiter made sense. There had been a time when the Sanshayum had made sense too. Jewel wondered if he could actually speak up now, but the words formed and suddenly he could hear his own voice filling the chamber. "What do you plan to do about the humans?" he asked. "Gods or no gods, they'll return to their colonies and rebuild them, and they won't forget what we did to them and how much they loathe us. We'll consider that if and when it happens. Instead of finishing them off before they regain strength, it was out in the open now. We should regroup now while their guard is down and exterminate them, the threat once and for all. Unless you're too fond of them as pets, that is." The chamber was horribly silent now. Jewel could suddenly hear the slow shuffling of boots as elders squirmed. He expected Thelvadam to round on him, but the Arbiter just snapped his jaws together a couple of times in amusement, as if there was something he should have told Jewel but chose not to. "The humans say that a fool does the same thing twice and expects the same thing to turn out differently." Vadam lowered his voice. "It might have escaped your notice that we never managed to defeat them, and we were in worse shape now than we ever were a year ago." Then his expression changed, as if he was steeling himself to break bad news. "We've stopped the fighting. We need to stop because we can't rebuild without stability. Therefore, I plan to reach a peace agreement with the humans to formalize what has already taken place. Both sides have finally run out of blood to shed, brother." "But you can't do deals with humans. Have you forgotten already?" Jewel was appalled. Not pressing home Sangheili's superiority was one thing, but willingly giving in? That was close to treason. They're liars and thieves, all of them. Vadam walked over to the balustrade that separated the floor of the chamber from the first tier of seats that looked up at Jewel. It wasn't a threatening gesture. It seemed more like curiosity to see what the upstart, this young elder of a small keep, looked like in close quarters. "They are honorable humans," Vadam said, resting his hands on the balustrade. "I fought alongside them. None of us would be alive now if there weren't. But I plan to agree to a treaty, not because I have any fondness for humans, but because I love Sanghelios." He pushed away from the balustrade and walked back to the center of the chamber. Suddenly, the charismatic leader again, the hero of the fleet, The law is clear. If anyone disagrees, you have a remedy. You may attempt to assassinate me. That is your legal right. Jewel sat there for some minutes after the address ended. The rest of the elders filed out and found himself staring at the empty chamber floor below with just Forza behind him. He could hear him fidgeting with his holster. I think we're going to live to regret that, Forza said. We? Jewel had felt like the lone voice of reason, challenging him. He seemed amused. No, we'll regret letting the humans off the hook. So, are you with me then? As soon as Jewel said it, he realized he wasn't even sure what "with me" meant. He just threw that whatever dismissive things that he had said about the enemy humans were not all the same. Thelvadam's honorable pets were the exception, and the rest would go back to doing what they'd always done as soon as they recovered their breaths. Jewel had to galvanize the Sangheili into stopping humankind while they still could. Yes, I'm with you, said Forza. What now? Jewel got up and wondered how he would explain all of this to Ray. I will think of something, he said. I'm going to stop there. There's 6 pages left on this chapter. We're 62 pages into the book now, so we're doing really well. Don't forget that we read the open, which was also not numbered as part of the pages. So we're doing really great. There's 456 pages in this book, and we are, let's see, that's 8, that's 9, 50 page. We're 60 pages, so we're pretty good. We're 1/8 of the way through the book already today, I would say. About 1/8 of the way. That was Glasslands, and we ran out of music for the second time, which, you know, I was stumbling over some words anyway, so it happens. I need to reboot my coffee, stand up and stretch, and I'll get Halo going here while we're waiting. I hope you guys enjoyed the beginning of the new book. I'm going to read through the chat and see what we got here. In the meantime, I want to say Lot42, thanks for the follow. Fast Wolf MC, thanks for the follow. You guys, welcome to the awesome. That puts us at 830. We're at 70 now from 900, which is our goal for the month, and hopefully we make it. Let's see, what else do we got here? What did we miss? Just dropped into another commercial break. Lost, OST. Oni lies. Yeah, that's true. Starfish Lord, what book is that? Hey, Starfish Lord, if you're still watching, welcome to the awesome. We're reading Halo Glasslands. We just finished chapter 1 and 2. Like, almost finished with chapter 2, I guess. And, of course, the prologue. Thanks for asking. Bonus of working from home today. Got you on my Xbox with my headphones while I work, so I can both see and hear you. Thank you. Redhead love interest. We love public urination. Okay. Buddy. It's certainly tense. Oh no, now I have Freedom Isn't Free from Team America playing in the background of my brain. Minute, as in tiny, my friend, not minute like time. Minute. Ha! Sorry, sometimes it happens. I can't help it. English is dumb. And then finally, that's awesome. Well, thank you, Nikki, for all of that. Only chatter today. It's interesting to me that you're the only one so far. But hey, you know, it's okay. Give me a second. I got my controller here, and I'm gonna go reboot my coffee, because that's what we do. And then as soon as I get back, I will jump in to the Spartan space, into the Discord, and we will play together. We'll play some Halo and finish off the last 2 hours of the awesome. It's going to be fun. It's going to be awesome, and I can't do it because of you. So thank you. We're like I said, 125 subs on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe if you're over there. Come back for more reading. And if you do come back and get the answers that you were looking for, we're really sorry that we don't answer during the reading, but we try our best not to interrupt those of the followers and subscribers who want to hear the story uninterrupted. When I come back, I'll tell you what I think about what we read so far. And, yeah, fuck. 830 follows on Twitch. I can't believe it. We're at the beginning of February. We're going for 900 this month if we can get there. Tell all your friends. Like, share, subscribe. And goddamn 54 subs. We try to keep that 10% number, so our goal right now is 80. And last month we had 122 subs at the end of the month, I think is what we ended up having, which is the most we've ever had in a single month. So thank you for that. Stay awesome. Watch the chair. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go reboot my coffee, and then we'll be right back into playing games in the Discord with you. Thanks for being awesome with me this morning, and I hope you're enjoying the book so far. Be right back. All right, be right back. Alright, I came back. Look at that. Just like I promised. You didn't think I was going to leave and just let you watch the door for 15 minutes, did you? I never do that. That's not fun. Spilled my coffee on my leg just now, so I'm going to clean it up. It's just... God damn it. Coffee's good. Shit. Alright. Hey, Kevin. We're live on the Awesome. How are you? For everybody that doesn't know, we're in the Discord now.
I'm here doing.
You're here doing? Much like the loyal guard dog, I sat at the door waiting for you to return. Okay. Enjoy the door, do you? Now, I used to just leave you guys staring at the shit up here behind me, but now that the computer has a camera that's smart, it like follows me all around the places. All right. Did you enjoy the first part of the book, Kevin?
I always enjoy the books. I've got them all on audio tape. I listen to them whenever I travel.
Ah, okay. Where do you listen to them usually?
When I travel.
Yeah, I know when you travel. I mean, where do you where do you get them like pre-read to you? Besides the Awesome, who else reads the books?
They release the same day on Audible. Now, whenever a book comes out, there's an audio book that comes out.
The audio version. Oh, okay. Does the is the narrator different every time, or is it like the same narrate? Like, who does the narrating for Audible?
It depends on the book or the book series. If it's if it's part of a series, then it's a lot of times the same person will narrate the series.
Okay.
But then if it's a one-off book, or if it's a new start, then it's a different narrator, and some do better jobs than others.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Well, I'm probably worse than all of them, so there's that. Thanks for supporting me, though.
Some of them are done by the voice actors, so
that's
not many of them.
That's pretty cool. Hey, Lord Adam, how you doing? I hope you enjoy the book reading today. We finished, but you can go back and hear it again. It was Glasslands. I would say worse. Less experienced is true, but I would say worse because I'm not... It's really hard for me. Like, I notice when I'm reading sometimes that I will pick up pace, and then sometimes I'll slow down. And it depends on how big the words are, or how cumbersome the language is. This book specifically, what I would say about this book... I'm doing great. How are you today? I'm glad you're having a good day. I would say specifically that this book, I really like the prologue because it kind of looks at the perspective of what has happened, the fallout of what we've read so far. Because remember, the end of the last book, was it the last book? No, at the end of Ghosts of Onyx, but before the Cole Protocol. Before we read the Cole Protocol, we use cumbersome and saying big words are hard for you. It's not saying big words. It's reading them and then maintaining those words in the gate that you're reading, right? Writing styles. Like, I could have read that in my head and just glanced over it and been 15 pages. Like, if I was reading to myself in my head, I'd be further in this book by probably like 20 more pages. Because I take the time to, like, read it to you. And it's the first time that I've read it. it's like the processing to like see the word, read the word, make my mouth say the word, understand the word, yeah, find the appropriate like gate. I just turned 19. Happy birthday, Lord Adam. That's Lord Adam on YouTube. Just had a birthday. Lord Adam comes and listens to the books with closed captioning on because we help Lord Adam get the Halo books in a way that they can understand. So thank you for chatting with us, and thank you for being part of the awesome. We appreciate you. Again, I think... Say again?
Is his birthday today?
I think his birthday was yesterday, it looks like. He says he has just turned 19. So it could be today, or it could have been yesterday. GA says, GA over, everybody over on the Twitch says happy birthday as well, Lord Adam. Anyway, yeah, I thought that the prologue was really good. I thought the prologue did a really good job. Hey, John, do you care if I join the fire team? No, you can join the fire team. I thought the prologue was really good of the book. I thought it gave Halsey a little bit of depth. I thought the writing... I'm going to show you something that they did in this book that I think is interesting. I'm going to share this with you if you haven't read it. So, I'm hoping that I hope that I do a decent job. But what's happening is that... So you find all of the words in the book. Normal typed words, okay? They're just normally typed words, okay? But then... Over here. Let me turn your face track off so you don't do that again. But then you'll see here, so then you see right here, it's italicized. The words that I believe are spoken. So this is the first time I've run into this in the Halo books. Which I think actually makes it sorry, easier to read. End of January. End of January was his birthday. Okay. End of January was Lord Adam's birthday. So anyway, it's different the way that it reads, and I think that's interesting. And it's broken up into chapters, but then like a lot usually represent inner thoughts in the book. But that is really neat. Yeah, it's the first time that I've read a book that's had like that kind of like... I read technical manuals. Like, when you guys find me reading anything at home for fun, it's always a technical manual. It's like a pre-flight book for an airplane, or a landing performance chart, or an engine schematic, or it's never books like this. So the fact that we're reading books like this, it's not that I don't like to read. I've absorbed a lot of books in my lifetime, and I just don't read on my spare time. It's very rarely do you catch me reading something for my own enjoyment. That's not an airplane book, right? Either that, or to emphasize the words. I enjoy to see both implemented. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Like I said, I continue to get better, and I hope I'm getting better for you guys. You know who we didn't see today drop into the chat to listen? Installation Uwu was not here. What's your opinion on the new weapon added to the Halo game? The Fuel Rod Spanker. The Fuel Rod Spanker is, I tested it with Oakham in the game test. He's got a game test thing that he sets up, and I tested it, and it was pretty okay. If you double shot it at somebody, you can kill them. Single shots don't really do much. It's better against vehicles than it is against people. The plasma burst does not bounce off of anything, so it's just one bit of fun. There's no bouncing around fuckery with the weapon, so there's that. That's about all I got. I don't want to say it's definitely not my favorite. I have not seen it in Husky Raid yet. Everybody says that it's going to go crazy in Husky Raid. I have not yet seen it there. All right, here's what we're doing, boys. We're going to do at least two Tax Slayer games to warm up, and then we'll switch over to something else, whatever that happens to be. Do you want the original fuel rod gun? The original fuel rod gun was pretty cool. I think it would be okay. I like the sound it used to make, but it's not necessary. I think a lot of people are missing the fact that the balance in Halo is pretty good if they fix the few problems that they're having, like desync, hammer registration, rockets. Look, I want to be clear. A lot of people are confused why your rockets and your grenades are not killing people after you die. So if your rocket or grenade does not impact the ground or a person as you are dying or before you die, it will despawn on you. So things like your little blue grenades that stick to people, usually the Plazzies, if they miss, they're just going to hit the ground and explode, as long as they hit the ground before you die. If not, they go away. And I'm assuming that that's because technically, as a Spartan 4 in this game, you are similar to what all of the Spartans in the Halo TV show at the end we're going through. You're like in VR, just training. This is like a training ground, and we're all just bots, I guess. And so, I think it's really shitty because I feel like there should be a small amount of realism here, where you can shoot your rocket, and as long as it's off on its way and you die, that thing should still go to wherever it was going and kill them. Does not seem to work this way. I feel like they really need to fix it. And hopefully they do. So, we'll see. Yeah, that's called martyrdom, Nikki. That's a Call of Duty thing. Spartans don't get that. Remember, Spartans never die, so you don't get martyrdom if you don't die. Here we go, guys. Stand up while we're waiting to find this match, because it might take a second. I'm going to start up my incense, because, that's what I like to do when I start playing games. I turn on the nice smells in the Spartan space. Are we already loading? Oh no, we're just searching. Okay.
I'd be impressed if we found a game that quick.
Oh no. How's your leg, kid?
It's doing better. I still got a couple of months in recovery, but I can walk on it now.
You in a boot, or you on your own? You're on your own body again.
It's all on its own now.
Oh, okay. Well, at least
I'm wearing ankle braces when I go work and stuff, but other than that, it's doing good. I'm having to do physical therapy, and I'm relearning how to run because I can't sprint off of it anymore.
Yeah. Did you say something about boosts, Kevin?
Yes.
Yeah, don't forget to use them, because we've got a battle pass that we're grinding. So if you have the opportunity and you have a boost, don't forget to cash it in. Now's the time. Don't forget, because it's not like you're going to save them until the game dies and then still have them later anyway. So just think about that. Use the boost. Use it. 98 of them damn thing.
I've got 117.
Oh, that's a perfect number. You shouldn't use any more. Just so, did you see the Jurassic Park trailer? I did see the Jurassic Park trailer. It looks like they're going back to Isla Nublar, the very first island that Samuel L. Jackson died on. But there's no proof that Samuel L. Jackson died, so I'm hoping that they find his old ass in the bushes, like, surviving around the dinosaurs. That would be so good. Because they're going back to the original island and shit. You excited about that, Mr. Halo Collector? The new Jurassic Park?
Yeah. It's a fun, I like Jurassic Park.
Depending on when I get up in the morning tomorrow, I may actually join you on the stream, by the way. I got tomorrow off because my favorite show has the ridiculous finale tonight and airs at 3:30 a.m. Why is it 3:30 a.m.? Is that D&D show that you listen to? Why is it so late? That is like tomorrow morning. It's just silliness. Get the Salt Slayer going. I'm going to head back to my studies. Good luck, GA. Study well. Pass them classes, buddy. Ooh, look at this.
Ooh, BR tag.
Look at this, look at this. This is a reskinned version of, oh my god, this is a Forerunner version of that map that I like. It's so pretty. They did a great job with this thing. The sight lines are like...
Another one down.
I get this map all the time.
This is Red Room. Two down where Red Room used to be. It's like gold Forerunner space now. Yeah, right down there. Did you see the Fantastic Four trailer? I did not see the Fantastic Four trailer. One at Porter. The problem is that the reskin has confused me. Like, where all this shit is. I know where it is. I just don't have, like... The bearing is difficult. That's green hallway with stairs. Yeah, somebody just ate it right in here, too. Me, too. I gotta go do something. I'll be back. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
Bye.
I love it. Can you believe it, Toxin? We're at almost, we're at 830 followers on Twitch now. Can you believe that?
That's amazing.
Dude, it's so good. It's you guys. You guys help, you know? 100%.
We've lost a teammate.
Oh, fuck. Right there. Right there. Right there. You got him. There you go. Popped the corner and just eliminated me. It's like it starts at 6 p.m. and it's a 9-hour episode. It's the last episode of your D&D thing. It starts at 6 p.m. and it's 9 hours. That is silly. That's like a game of Axis and Allies. It starts on Tuesday and doesn't end until 6 weeks from now because fuck Axis and Allies is a long-ass goddamn game. There's one at the back where Blue Hallway would be if this was the original skin. I'm not even sure what to call it now that they've changed the name of these places. This is called Data. Oh, there's one at Overlook Ledge. The one that looks over Data. Wow, look at that. You can see out into like the exterior portion of the ring and shit. Oh, some guy's shooting at me while I'm like looking at stuff. Come on, can't you guys just let me look at stuff? Come on. You guys gotta
just let him sightsee.
You guys can't just let me enjoy the new map. Jesus. Right? Oh, I'm dead again. See, the dude's camping over here by where I died. It's the same guy that killed me last time, I'm pretty sure. He's just camping there. Nobody's found him yet. He's probably lost too, if I'm honest. He's like, this fucking place is like brand new. One on my X. He dropped out of nowhere. Alright, Johnny, warm up and start playing.
I feel like this is one of my my least favorite maps out of the new reskins.
I love this map. It's just, we're gonna figuring out, like, all the sightlines and everything are the same. It's just the rest of the map because it's reskin that's fucking with me, right? So you just gotta kind of figure out the rhythm with the new skin, and once you figure it out and you get the sightlines all squared away again, then you'd be fine. They're at the data center on the back porch.
Yeah, he dropped down right side.
Oh yeah. There's still two at data center.
Alright, I'm pushing up data from the back. Got one. The other one in there still? No eyes. He's not in there.
Yeah, I just had one push on me.
Oh, one backside data. On your left. Go.
There's two here on my X. They spawned down on, one's coming up Porter to you guys.
Good shot.
Miss Knight 666, huh? I wonder if she, if it's really a lady. And the lady is mine.
You want an elbow?
She's a lady. Whoa, 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 she's a lady. No eyes. Still no eyes.
I think they're gonna be in data. Oh, never mind this. I spawned
One
back left, so I think they're gonna be in data.
Still no eyes. We have one at data right now, but we also have one.
Right side, got him. There's another one right.
Data's dead.
So much better than them.
Mr. Data is dead. One in data still. One in data.
No eyes, but I'm keeping the angle. Oh, I'm dead. One back hall. Three to win, one to lose.
Well, that's a really nice place to put a hiding spot that never existed before. I got no eyes here. I got one here. I'm dead.
GG's.
Nice job, Talk. 17 and 12. I was not that good. Not even close.
Yeah. I'm warming up.
Well, that was my first game of the day, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it was mine too. I finished up with my school like 5 minutes before you went live.
Oh, really? Did you listen to the
Yeah.
book?
I did.
Do you enjoy the reading?
I do. I usually listen to it while I'm working in school.
Dude, that's awesome. Thanks. I appreciate you. Oh, look, we got a Cylon in the chat now. The Halo Collector has turned himself into a Cylon. But not the new ones. Only the old ones, because the old ones are better. Right, Kevin?
Those have their merits.
Did you
I
say
like
the
old
new ones have their merits?
Yes.
Okay, alright. I haven't seen the new one, really. I bucked the new trend really hard because I didn't like that they gender bent a bunch of the characters at first. So I never gave it a chance. I never gave new Battlestar a chance because they changed all my characters.
No, I understand that.
It would have been like if they were like, hey guys, we're going to reboot Star Trek. And Captain Kirk was Jane Kirk instead of Jim Kirk. And although I would really love to give that a chance and grow with those characters, you know, with Spock and Bones, there's just a whole crew full of girls. You know? Okay.
The storytelling in it is amazing, though.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know that it had critically acclaimed stuff. Yeah, I saw that Shatner is going to be at SummerCon. I may go see him as the Master Chief and get an autograph, and hopefully he will be cooler this time than he was the last time I met him. He is going to be here. I should give him a second chance. I really should. I have been a proponent of William Shatner's suckage for a long time because of the way he treated me when I met him. And it sucks because I really like William Shatner. Like, as I watch the original series with my wife, I'm like, I really remember the reasons why I like him. It's terrible overacting, but he does such a great job at it. Almost always.
Hey, we found a game.
We did. I sincerely hope he lost a little bit of his arrogance in his old age. Yeah, you know, I mean, again, you know, as a personality myself, I get tired. I do. I get it. I don't think that I would be so tired that I wouldn't be nice to a guy at 10:30 in the morning, but who knows? I don't drink, so at least not like that.
I don't drink either.
We'll see. Like I said, I can give him a shot. They got a lot of trekkers coming. This is the year of Star Trek. So many trekkers coming to Emerald City. So many trekkers coming to SummerCon. It's like the season of Trek, and I'm a Halo guy now, you know? Like, I used to be a big-time Trekker, like, that's all I wore, but once I got a 3D printer, it was like, nope, goodbye Trek, hello Master Chief, because I can finally do it. It's gonna be rough. I'm gonna go see Nathan Fillion on Saturday. I love this map. I got eyes on Snipe, no eyes, I'm moving right side to man cannon, no eyes, I'm taking the cannon across, okay? Still no eyes. There's one. I got killed. I put a shot in him, but I don't think I hit him. I need to, Nikki, I need to coordinate with you offline also about the possibility of, getting you to do our 405 pictures. I don't know if we have, camera people or anything anymore. Since all of the changes, we usually have people who come who like just do camera stuff. Oh god, he got me. Wow, what a shot. One left on the bridge. Anyway, just reach out to me and we'll try to figure all of that shit out as we god, nice shot, dude. As we've got bots cycling through our team. A bot.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, did you crash? Did you say no or yes?
I have no
Yes.
idea.
It crashed again.
It crashed again? Okay, so you're on PC or Xbox?
Xbox.
So I would uninstall it and reinstall it. There's two down there at that end because this is several days in a row in different modes. So I would see if perhaps your installation is corrupt. If it's not corrupt, too on my X. You did that already?
I did that about a week ago.
And it didn't help? Have you submitted a bug report yet?
No.
Okay, I would submit it. I would submit a bug report then because it's that's ridiculous at this point. It's unreasonable. I mean, I am only crashing in the big modes. The little modes I'm fine. Which reminds me, hey Larry, if you're watching, or if you happen to be watching any of these, you need to test your machine on Halo in a small mode. And what I mean by that is that I believe you've only ever tried to play with us on Halo Infinite in a bigger team mode. And if that is in fact the case, you would never have had the opportunity to play the game. You might be able to play in 4v4 modes. Because I've noticed that with my new PC, this is a brand new PC, by the way, you guys know. I built a new PC this year for the Awesome. My wife and I, we replaced the motherboard, we bought new RAM, new hard drive, everything's brand new. And we're experiencing crashes only on Halo now. We used to never get them. But we're experiencing them on the big modes, on the big team battle mode, on the squad assault mode. We have all crashed on squad assault mode a few times. So something to think about. Well, Larry's one of my friends who subscribes to the Awesome. We're gonna see him for the Super Bowl if we don't get snowed in. He had at the time when Halo launched, he had like the top of the line Alienware pre-canned PC. I mean, I don't know what he paid for this PC, but it is a lot. And I think he had a 3090 in it, a TI. Like it was like the big boss of graphics cards at the time. And he's never been able to play Halo. It always crashes on him. Like he loads into the game and he's like in the menu, and then we're like, okay, sweet, and we'll launch the game or whatever, and he's like, okay. There's one here.
Left side? Yeah, I'll drop one.
I'm dead. God damn, I don't know how he got me. It's one on my X now. In that two on my X now.
I see him up there.
Anyway, so now that I've started to experience the crashes and notating what I've experienced the crashes in, I just figured it would be helpful to give him that tidbit of information so he can attempt to at least play with us again. You know, hoping that they fix the shit for him. God, I suck. I suck so bad. I'm not playing well today.
It's alright.
Did you, hey, Kevin, did you get the, live thing today on time? I got something funny to tell you guys. So Kevin Hurd, is the Halo collector, and he sends me a text yesterday after the Awesome is over. And he says, "What the hell is this?" And first off, I want to say that your screensaver for your phone is fucking awesome, Kevin. Shit is so good. Anyway, so he gives me the he gives me this text and he says, "Hey, what the hell is this?" And so what it is Twitch told him that I had gone live just as I had gone offline, I guess. It sent him a message that was like, "Hey, you're online."
Yep.
And I'm like, but I'm not online. I just got off. So I'm wondering if you got the message at the correct time today.
I turn off my notifications.
Oh, you turn them off? Okay. I'm just wondering because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that that would happen. But who knows?
Yeah, and it's not the first time it's happened that I'll be like during the night and you're not broadcasting, and I get messages like, "Oh,
that is
this
so...
Lund is streaming," and they're like, "What the hell?"
That is so weird. I'll have to go and look in the back end maybe, because so Twitch thinks that I have stuff scheduled, and I didn't ever schedule it. So maybe it like re-releases my videos? But I don't know why it would say that it's live, because it's not like I could respond to anybody that talks to them. Like that's interesting. But that would make sense too, though, because some days I'll come back in here and I'll have like 4 or 5 or 6 followers from like before I got up this morning. And I'll be like, and I'll always say thank you to the people. You know, that's one thing that I hope that people like continue to know and come back for, is that I always am like grateful. So I always try to shout out the people that follow me when they do it, or, you know, when I see that they followed. And so that's why I always open with that. If people have followed, I always start like, "Hey, thank you to all these people." But that's weird. I'll have to crawl into the back of the Twitch dashboard and figure out what's going on. I can tell you that I am now all of a sudden not having a problem. I posted in the Discord the picture of what I had going on. I don't know if you guys had seen it, but I posted.
Hey, John, I'm gonna have to hop out.
All right, buddy. Thanks for playing a match with us.
Yeah, no problem. I'm fun playing.
Yeah, have a great day, man.
You too.
Be awesome.
Bye.
Okay.
You too.
I did. I posted it in the I posted in the VC text what my Twitch stream looked like yesterday. It's all populated and fine today, but for the last several days, that's what it's looked like. It's just the ghosts in all of the boxes. He is gone. All right, Kevin. And we'll play some Delta Arena since there's just 2 of us again. We'll play some Delta Slayer. I know you enjoy that. Kind of like how I don't see your TikToks till a day later. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that either. Like, I post... so, I spend the morning interacting with my TikTok community, and then I post my content around. I try to post it about an hour before the stream goes live. Unless I'm late, because there have been days where I've recorded the TikTok like right here live on the Awesome because I just am late. And but I will do that. And so so that's weird because I will interact with the community for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes or sometimes an hour after I post it because I'm trying to push that metric the best I can. It says, you know, you got to spend time with your community. Some TikTokers are like, spend time with your community before you post. Some TikTokers who have built the metrics say spend time with your community after you post. So me being the guy that I am, I just spend time with my community all day. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Who knows? I use it as a tool to repost to the other social media platforms anyway, so I don't know. You know, if there's somebody out there who knows all about building a brand and wants to come and work with me for free, because that's what I make is nothing, until we, like, explode to a place where, I mean... I have this dream that someday it'll be like the Dan Patrick Show or like maybe like Rich Eisen or maybe even like Colin Cowherd, you know, some of my favorite sportscasters where I have like a big desk and I'm like at Fox Studios, except I'm not at Fox because I don't want to go to LA. Maybe they just build the studio at my house instead. And it's like, then I got like actual production and maybe I'm on TV. Maybe a video game TV channel will come back. Like when I was younger, we had G4 TV. It's one of my favorite stations because all they talked about until they became shit was video games. Always. That's right. I really miss Major Nelson. I really liked what he was always the face of like everything that was behind the scenes in Xbox that they wanted to tell you. That's one of the things I hate about it now is like they shroud everything in these like keynote speeches. You know, that guy used to just be on your console like twice a week. Like, it's Major Nelson with some updates on whatever it is that you like. And he was like awesome, great forward face. I wish that they would do some shit like that now. You know, and if they had somebody like me do it, I'd do it in my armor. So you just be like, hey, it's Spartan John reporting to you from the Halo Museum with some Halo updates. G4 did come back briefly. Yeah, I remember that they had a small stint, but it was like, I believe it was like online access only. Like you had to subscribe, and it just didn't make it. It's really sad, like I said, you know.
To win it, Slayer, just kill the other player.
I went the wrong way, but I got a heat wave because of it, so. We've got 2 AFKs and an assassin here.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm protecting the AFKs like they're my babies. Okay, one of them is up. Still protecting the AFKs like they're my baby. Don't shoot me, dillhole. Alright, the AFKs are up. Oh, you missed me, you dumb bitch. You are a dumb bitch. I'm gonna try to get to the sword, unless you got it already. Ooh, getting chipped. There's two in the mid basement. Oh, that's nice. I'm hanging from the ceiling. They stuck my head into the ceiling of the. Oh, feels bad, man. Oh, they're Porter Basement 2. It's too bad. That was a great damn no scope. Oh, that guy died. Fell to his damn death. Right here, right here. There he is. Got him. That was hilarious. I hate it when that happens to me. He just straight jumped off, fell straight to his death. Just right off the map. Feels bad, man. Oh shit! One on my X. One on my X. He's at Snipe Tower basement. I love it when the telemarketers call me during the day. It is my favorite. Right during my stream, because I get to hear the Knight Rider song, which is like one of my favorite songs in ever. I hope that guy died. Oh, he did. He fell to his death. What a... Couldn't have happened to a better dude. I'm going to BR. I'm in BR now. BR with Coil. Coil going over into Sniper. Nope, never mind. Because I can't throw. And I can't shoot, apparently, either. Oh, that guy died. I guess I just have to scare them to death, and they'll jump off on their own. Which song? Which song was I singing?
Plasma grenades acquired. S7 available.
I don't even know half the time. Oh, you shouldn't have dropped down here, dude. That was a bad choice. Oh, yeah, I don't even know. You know, it's just there in the background. It's like, I can't believe that you guys can hear it as clearly as you do. But then again, it's not actually the real thing. It's a MIDI tone, right? Yeah, you thought you were gonna ninja me and you got dicked. Have some of that. And your buddy too. Ah, there's one of my ex weak. I can't. I wonder what people on the other side of this, like, who like, aren't paying attention, or just, like, they have their microphone or their, like, game speak on so they can hear people doing call-outs. I wonder what they think about when they hear me talking the whole time. Oh, it feels bad, man. Bags. Oh, I only got to bag him one time before his body went away. Boop. Oh, no! One of my ex was sword. He's in mid-basement. I don't know how I didn't kill him. I stabbed him in his butthole. God damn it. Oh, no. Did my... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My controller just died? Or something? That was weird. My controller just disconnected for a second there. Looks like I might have to get a new one. I'll be sad. This is my Master Chief controller.
Another one down.
I guess I could buy a rebuild kit and take it apart and fix it. It's not covered under warranty anymore, so... Oh, damn it. I went for the beatdown. I was too close. 2 on my X in the basement. Yeah, I thought you were talking about a song I was actually singing for a second there, Nikki. Hey, buddy. I got 2 at BR. I've dropped down to sword spawn. I got 1 on me. I'm dead. 2 on me. 2 on me.
Gained the lead. S7 inbound. S7 available.
Oh, fuck. Coiled. 1 on my X in the middle. God, that was a great coil, you asshole. Jesus.
Heatwave inbound. Lost the lead.
I'm not doing it. I'm not singing Chapel Rowan's hot dog song right now. I can't do it. I can't do it at the moment. My wife got on me about this, see, because when I was get out of here. Oh, that was crap. Did you guys see that? I lunged at him and it bounced me off of the wall. I don't know what even happened there. Anyway, so my wife really liked this Ed Sheeran song, and we don't have like a song that is ours, like really at all. Like, you know, every couple like has a song. We don't really have one. So she was like, I really like this Ed Sheeran song. And the music video is really cute because he like learned to dance with this girl, and it's like, it's really cute. Anyway, it's a good song. It's the you know, we found love right where we are. I don't know what it's actually called, but that's what it is. Anyway, so that was the song, and she's like, this song is really good, and this could be like our song, and we didn't have a song, and I was like, yeah. And then Jeremy Renner went on Fallon and sang that song as except as Hawkeye, and that immediately became the brain rot inside of my skull forever. It's like hilarious and awesome, but because of that, I ruined it. And so my wife is like, you big asshole. Basically, big old asshole ruining the song. Like, that could have been our song. She's not wrong. So I didn't know we were one to lose. My bad. So yeah. So I ruined it. There you go. There's a free story you got. Didn't even have to pay for it.
It's a close one.
What'd you say, Kevin?
It's a close one. Very close.
Yeah, it was. We lost by 2. I didn't realize we were that close. I might have played a little less aggressive there at the end, but you know what? You only live twice, or so it may.
You know how expensive this gear is, son?
Hey, Strato, how you doing, buddy? Oh, chest and back. Okay, I'll make sure it happens. Stand by 1. Let me make sure that Steam is not open because I was having some weird shit happen there just all of a sudden. Okay, we're good. Chest and back. All right. Well, I got to take off my jacket to do that. So give me a second. I'm wearing my Spartan, my other Spartan training ops jacket shirt today. It's an Installation 00 shirt. You could get it in his merch shop. He loves to send me things.
You know whose birthday it is today?
Whose birthday is it today?
It's Rick Astley's birthday.
Oh, and your birthday. That's right.
And my birthday.
Happy
And thank you. And Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan. That's right. You said that he was your one of your favorite people. And that is really cool. Oh, I cannot wait to reprint this chest and this back. I currently have.
It's going out to Red Robin's tonight with my family.
The maker hopefully hasn't forgotten about me. I haven't talked to him in a long time, so he's been working on school. And Installation 00 has the files to this as well because we all work together on them. And so he's in the process of trying to thin out the chest in the back for me, which would severely limit or severely lighten the weight of the suit by a substantial amount. And that would be great because the Legends Chief is he's a big boy. This suit weighs 65 pounds, the entire suit. So when I'm wearing him, he's it's not light. Strato on YouTube says happy birthday, Kevin. All right. You hear me, Kevin? I could bench press it. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Nikki says happy birthday, Kevin, on Twitch. Well, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you, so... Alright, test again. There we go. Okay. My headset got shut off on accident when I was putting my helmet on. Alright. I plugged it in, so it won't die.
Slayer.
Slay her.
Old school
Going
simplicity.
right?
More kills, more better. Lost the lead. You do know how to dance.
Oh shit! What? Slayer, I hardly knew her. Yeah, that's the joke that I make sometimes. Oh, one on me, one on me.
Hostiles have a sword.
Are you kidding me?
No, fuck, god damn it. That guy was a mouse and keyboard player. Dead. Oh, one down.
Hey, nice shot.
One still down here on me. There he is. No eyes. They're going left through the team for our teammates.
Gain the lead.
One behind me.
The lead.
top here.
Yeah, I see him. I tossed a grenade up there. He's down.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Dummy. There's a double.
Double kill.
Oh,
You're a pretty fool.
Missed him. One of my axe. Sweet. There he is.
Enemy shield down.
One here, one here, one here. Never mind, I got him.
Power weapon inbound.
No eyes, no eyes, no eyes. And two here.
Power weapon available.
hey, coming in.
One on my axe, one on my axe. I'm down. I got separated from them. I'm back.
Enemy team nearing victory.
One there. Shit, one on me, behind me?
Me.
Sword fighter.
Coming to you. Ooh, shotgun? No
CQS-48
shit.
Bulldog pumped and ready.
Oh, never mind.
Gain the lead. Victory.
There it is. Nice win.
They're ticked. They're ticked.
That was a nice win. Oh, that was good stuff.
And we took it away at the very end.
That's good stuff. Ugh. Put my hat back on. Oh, yeah. All right. We still got 15 minutes on my boost. That makes me happy. We only got 45 minutes left in the awesome for today. Tomorrow morning I have to get up and pay bills. Damn, I hate it. I hate having to pay bills. That sucks. It's alright. What?
Adulting.
Yeah, right. Adulting is it's a thing. You gotta do it, unfortunately. It's... Everybody adults. Some.
Halo just posted a really cool video on their Facebook page, at least.
Oh, did they?
Part of the Halo Spotlight, so I'm sure it's on. Yeah, someone created a really cool video. It's all artsy and stuff, but it's like a music video.
Nice. Can't make you adult. Yeah, I can't make you adult, but if you don't, you know, terrible things happen when you don't adult. Unfortunately. Did I turn my battery? Oh, good, I did turn my battery off. I had a bad experience forgetting to turn it off. I left my helmet on the other day. All day it ran until it died. And I was like, God damn it.
Slayer.
Maddie is watching with me today. Oh, hi, Maddie. How goes it?
Kill to score, score more to win.
Don't want the commando. You pushing on sword? Pushing. Yeah, take it. Take it. There you go. I got you. There's gonna be one here. Huh. Sword guy just abandoned me. I was protecting him. He just ran off. I got two here on me.
The sword guy got me, damn it.
I just traded with one at purple. He's waving erratically like a child. Hey, that's cool. I'm glad that he's excited. Holy shit. Pickle Weasels, I believe is how that's pronounced. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the awesome. How are you? Oh, it feels bad, man. There's one more here. He's down underneath. He's behind here. Oh, he's the swordsman. Swordsman weak on my axe. There he is. Hiding in the wrong place, man.
Double kill.
Too. Oh fuck! I got it more aptly. It's good. It's me, Maddie. Hey, I'm glad that you're enjoying the awesome today. We do this like pretty much week daily. Does that make sense? We do it like 4 days a week. Oh, I'm supposed to pump, the Awesome is hosting a, on behalf of Film Forge Cosplay and sponsored by Installation 00, the Awesome is hosting a tournament. It's a 1v1 tournament. 16-player 1v1 tournament. It will take place on a Saturday. I will post the banner in the Spartan Space. I'll make an official announcement on the Spartan Space main page. And there's a tournament feed. If you have the PvP role in the Spartan Space, you will be able to see the announcement. One here. I'm gonna try to pinch these dudes. Oh, you underplayed that one, my friend. Traded the sword on my axe. 2 down. No eyes, no eyes. Okay. Yakko's fighting one. Where'd you die?
He's below you.
Below me, Roger. I'm dead. Outplayed me there. Good job, dude. You want to try out some new weapons that we made? Yeah, we could try out some new weapons you made, Oakham. How are you doing today? 2 there. Right there. 1 less there. 2 here now. 2 upstairs. One pushing me. One pushing me. Is it red? Yeah.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Wrong grenade, dumbass.
Active camo inbound.
That was unfortunate because I put that right in him too. That grenade was in his bread basket. Had that been a blue spider, he would have been dead, man.
Active camo available. You are so much better than them.
That was a bad play.
Tango's closing in. They're under us.
Wow, really? Of course, it's gonna be full by the time I get back to him.
Hit that blood, don't remember the rest.
1 week on my axe, 1 week. 2 on my axe, but 1 week. Two here, still 2 here at, what is that, blue? Green? Green side? Still 1 there, still 1 there. Yeah, 2 there, 2 there.
Enemy team nearing
12 and
victory.
14. I gotta stop going negative like a jackass.
Energy
Pay more
sword
attention to
available.
what's going on. Sword is up. I'm gonna play for it. Got it.
Active camo inbound.
I'm gonna play for the
We
camera.
got, we've got a guy 1 and 11.
I believe it. Playing for the
Active
camera.
camo available.
Got it.
Silent but dead. A clean sword kill is like the scent of a lover.
Enemy shields down.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh, I see him. I see him there at purple. We're 7 to win, 4 to lose. Hey Wayne, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Welcome to the awesome, my friend. Green, 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 green. Chip and get chipped and get chipped.
1 down, 1 down.
Sword is out. 14 to sword. 1 down, 2 to lose. Or 1 to lose.
Energy sword inbound.
1 to win, 1 to lose. I'm weak, I'm down. I'm sorry, I had 2 on me. That was my fault. Gah! Play 1 more match, still setting stuff up. Okay, no worries.
We had a guy 1 in 15.
Yeah.
1 in 15. Ouch.
Yeah, I was 1 from, It sucked because 2 guys pressed me and I killed the first guy. And then the second guy, there's no chance. I heard the beeps and I was like, I'm dead. No, Oakham, we want it now. Nah. We won't force Oakham. We'll wait. Oakham is worth the wait. We still got 30 more minutes in the awesome. It's okay. We'll be alright. I need a snack while I'm waiting for this to load. Ugh. It's been a good day today. We're cranking away, having a good time. Okay. What'd you guys have for lunch? I feel like we almost always talk about this, but I don't feel like we talked about it today.
I have had lunch.
Slayer.
Same map. Alright. McDonald's breakfast for lunch today. Okay. No regrets. No regrets. None. None regrets.
Kill to score, score more to win.
It's down up there.
I got camo, and it's burned. And now I got a sword. Oh, never mind. Our buddy took it.
That sword bearer got him.
Roger, red, no eyes. I'm at purple.
Critical says.
Yep, that's what you get, dude. Got one in green, one in purple here.
You are so much better than that.
Double kill.
Oh, really? Got one pushing me now. Don't know where from.
Killing spree. Back for a tank wearing augmented omen of death. Active
eyes.
camo inbound.
Going for the camo. Oh, nice stick, bro. I'm down. Camo's available. That guy, that was a good play on that guy's part.
Visible bogey on the field.
Down. Purple side, purple invisible behind purple. I'm a green.
Oh, here's Invis.
Another one down.
Two at green, two at green. No eyes. Green. Inside green. Inside green. One on my axe, one on my axe. We're +1. All at green. All green. One's still blue. Two at blue.
Sword inbound.
Sword is up.
Energy sword
15
available.
camo.
Plasma
I got
grenades
red,
obtained.
red.
Active camo inbound.
Halfway to victory.
Active camo here.
Stop doing
Active
it.
camo
One
available.
camo, one camo.
Target
Camo's
spotted.
up. Camo's away. He's weak. I chipped him before he got away.
On purple.
Yeah, they're all still. Two still purple. Purple lift.
Lost the lead. The lead.
Traded it. Green. There's one behind. Purple side, purple corner, purple. Two on my axe there, red corner, red and green, red and blue corner now, red and green corner.
Lost the
One on
lead.
blue upstairs.
Energy sword inbound.
Sword inbound.
Critical says they're dead. Energy sword available. Active camo inbound.
Nice. Camo in 5. Somebody there.
Active camo available.
Nearing victory.
Where to you?
They're pushing on me pretty hard. I'm down. I got chipped from purple top.
5 minutes remaining.
Purple top is jumped up to invisible platform.
Hacker green.
Green eye. Got grenades going to green.
Yeah. Green 2.
Green 2, Roger. One in
Victory.
there it is. Nice. Nice job. Nice job. That was a good job. That was
I did 6.
You did what?
I did horrible.
Oh, you didn't do well? I had a hard time that time with the flow of the game. The game before that, the flow was really great. Same match. This time, I just couldn't really, like, get into it. It was something different. Something different about it. Oh, look at that. Trench Bulldog. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go put
Yo,
down.
yo.
Hey, what's up, Oakham?
I'm doing good. My mic might be too loud on the stream.
Mm-hmm. I can fix it. Give me a second.
Was pumped up on the chat.
There you go.
I'm restarting my Halo. I was trying to load up on the weapon testing range, but there was some issues. It didn't load fully.
Okay. Waiting for them to hurry up and add the MA5K so I can put a skin on it. Sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Waiting for Oakham to hop on. As soon as Oakham is on, we're going to hop in his party and test some stuff, and that'll carry us to the end of the awesome. I'm grateful that you guys have all spent time with me today. It's pretty awesome. We're up to 831 follows. We're on our way to 900. We want to try to get there by the end of February. I know that might be a little hard. We've got a few less days in February, but yeah. That's what we're working on. Anybody got any big plans for Valentine's Day?
Nope.
No? I have you on my TV, but I'm jumping into a meeting. Right on. Thank you. Waiting on Oakham to come back to Halo. I don't know where that goes. I lost it. I had no more. There was no more. Let's see here. Fiddle around with this dude while we're waiting for Oakham to come back. Okay, so we've got Deadeye helmet. Attached to the Deadeye, we can have that. Ooh, Deadeye with cat ears. Deadeye with mouthpiece.
Okay, you can join my lobby.
Roger. I love how they added a whole bunch of shit to the Deadeye. And join it on you. With the Zephyr team, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Down to the beach, I'm strolling. Loading the map. So this is you wanna tell them what we're looking at, Oakham?
So the thumbnail is not representative of what will be there, but this is a variant of the testing range where instead of having guns that you can combine yourself, now there is a preset wall where there's about 100 weapons that you can select and try out. Then we also have custom power-ups and things we call ability boosts.
Slayer.
And you can also select vehicles. So that the wall has changed into this teleporter, which takes you to a room which has the larger wall. I just wanna see you guys try it out and see if you can navigate the interface and then test out the weapons.
Okay.
Kill to score, score more to win.
Jump boost. Unlimited ammo. Okay, sure. Just need to find. Ooh. Oh shoot! I want that thing. Oh, that is cool. That's. Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, nice shot.
Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool. Can you like zoom in? Oh, you can zoom in. Okay. Doesn't say the name of what it is, but if
Rockets are available.
Oh, okay. I'm stuck in here now. Oh, do I
Marking
have to
big
pick
guns.
2 guns.
Power
This
weapon
thing?
right here.
And then that. Oh, am I supposed to be stuck in here? Oh, press play. Okay. Oh, the triple launcher. That's my favorite one.
Kill.
Oh, this. Red plasma shot.
Try shooting it at your feet.
Double kill.
My feet.
I'm really proud.
Oh. Do I push this button by rocket jumping into it?
For some reason, all my nav marker stuff isn't rendering. There should be like text all around the place.
Double kill.
It's odd.
Okay, so what is this? This is the. It's listed as the flex. It's got like almost like a. Maybe it just shoots straight. Maybe it's just me straight. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna change the auto here. This is cool. I love this selector. Is pretty. This is pretty kick-ass, dude. This is great. It's not super like. I understand the tiers of weapons, and some of these are like some that you made up. And the color, I'm assuming, is supposed to delineate whether it's like an epically awesome weapon or just okay or not good.
Yep.
I wish you would tell me what they were.
Like names.
Yeah, to just give you an idea. Like I can see what it is, but like I don't know what the effect is until I've like sandwich. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the effect is until I come out here and I have it in my hand. So now I got the duelist sandwich. Oh, that's the best.
Kill.
The lunge range is not very long though.
Triple kill. Overkill.
So like
Kill.
if you're thinking a new sandbox edition, let's say the field rod, you cannot know what it is by just looking at the weapon model. So that's not really something that we can improve on.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to try out the weapons to know what they are, and then you'll make that connection. That's the rocket launcher that is on the red color, like that is something, and the rocket launcher on the yellow, that is something else.
Triple kill. Overkill. Kill spectacular. Kill atrocity.
It's like the best, man. It's like I wish it was this easy to kill people in matches with this sandwich.
That's fun.
Sandwich is the best. Oh, I just wish that it had a little bit longer lunge on it. The sandwich, like, I feel like the sword has a lunge on it, so the sandwich I feel like should have a lunge on it too. I don't know what the max lunge range is, but that's the only thing I would change with the sandwich if it was possible.
Friggin' Malocalypse.
Even if it was possible, I wouldn't change it, because you already have a unlimited ammo, one hit melee weapon.
Sandwich, that's rare.
Double kill.
Does this sandwich make you faster when you have it in your hand?
Lips, I'd kiss you on the face.
Does it provide a speed
Yep.
boost? Okay.
Great kill.
Double kill.
Sandwich is it's the best. This guy's like, what are you doing? He's looking with a sandwich, bro. The bots don't know what to do because I'm not shooting at them. I'm just attacking them with a sandwich. Oh, this is gonna be so good. I just got a Grim Reaper in test mode, mostly with a sandwich.
Double kill.
Just slapping the shit out of these bots with a sandwich, like.
Kill tacular. Kill atrocity.
He's saving you. He's saving you from the sandwich attack. I hope you guys are hungry.
Kill apocalypse. Kill your neck.
I don't need you to suck. Just give this to me as a sidearm. Just give me like double speed and a sandwich. I'll play every match this way.
Try this gun.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
I really hope they had
Stop moving.
insurance.
Flex fire, sentinel shot. Oh, it's shooting. Oh, God, it's shooting spiker grenades. That's horrifying and terrible. If I could learn how to shoot it. Just stick dudes with him. Let's see if I can stick a dude with this. Yoink. Okay, so it oh, I just stuck that guy in the balls. That Spartan literally got it in his nutsack. That guy, that one, I think I feel like I was shooting him center mass, and it was like going right through him. I got a present for you. Ow! Clack, clack, clack. So this is actually better at close range, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It has the bullet drop in the spiker, so you're gonna have a harder time shooting it from afar.
Kill tacular.
But this... Dude, this would be hilarious in a, like... I can't quite tell you, but I feel like it would be hilarious if you were just running through, like, a multiplayer match, like, Streets, and you popped up behind somebody and you're like, BLAM! And then they just died. Oh, this, okay, so I tell you something I don't like about this. What I don't like about this is that it takes a second for them to explode once you've stuck them. And so they can run into you if you're too close and kill you, which is terrible.
Nice trade-off.
But the mayhem is pretty ridiculous. I mean, if one dude blows up next to another dude, they're both dead. Charge me? I'll pull out the sandwich. Get out of here.
Double kill.
Stupid bots. Sandwich time.
Hydra here.
Surprise! Oh, hungry? Surprise!
Kill. Tap kill.
Here's another gun.
Oh!
Frosty.
Okay. Pinpoint needler. Okay.
If I had lips, I'd kiss you.
And here, let me save you. Oh, I love it. Already better than the plasma version of this gun. Because I feel like it takes less time to kill than the plasma turret, and it locks on to It doesn't lock on to multiples, but as the first guy is prepared to explode, it just locks onto a new dude. That's stupid good. That's stupid good. I think this is perfect. I would not change this at all. I love it.
You also have a crazy movement boost.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the movement boost. Okay, so I might change that. I might slow this down just a little bit. Like, because I feel like now that you mention it, I feel like I'm almost faster than... Oh no!
I feel like you might have you have some kind of modifier on you. I think you have a walking boost or speed boost.
How do I reset it?
Let me see. Press the reset button.
Did I don't know. I don't feel like
I'm not sure. Maybe that doesn't affect. That was weird. Maybe it's because you're holding the sandwich and it's applying some
like
other
double
stuff. Let me try. That's weird.
Quantum translocator here.
because I did.
No, it should be.
I did reset.
Oh wait,
myself.
I'm holding a different. I was holding a different gun. Sorry. Oh yeah, this is quite fast. Also, look, can you see the sandwich in my hand and the turret?
Oh yeah, I can. It's on the back of your arm. Is it doing
That's
that to
so funny.
me?
No. So it's if you come here, so if you hold the sandwich and then you ping the turret that's on Rec 7.
Okay.
No, I don't know how that happened.
I thought you came
It's
out.
not-
and
it's
then
not working for
picked
me
it
anymore.
up, and it was just in your hand. Then is it in my arm now? The sandwich?
No,
No, I don't see it either.
I don't know
Interesting.
how that happened.
That was weird. You literally had it in like the crook of your arm there.
Yeah.
What do you see, Kevin? You like some of these? You figure out how to use them?
I like this plasma. This is awesome.
Try this, John.
All right. Ooh. Oh, that's awesome. It's pretty. Oh, that's whoa.
Is pretty nice.
It's like the banished plasma pistol, but on this. This is way better than whatever this normally does. Like 100% improvement. I would argue that this in zombie mode would be almost better than the other. Well, maybe not. The other version is really good at killing like so many dudes. But this would be a cool version of this gun to have in the zombie mode. I'd rock it. I feel like it'd be pretty good for like
Oh,
shield.
guess what we have? Guess what we have here?
Oh yeah, the zombie gun.
The thing is, we have modified it so it only has 25% ammo, but right now you have unlimited ammo on, so it's pretty OP. Same with the green shooting one. Like, that has 100% ammo, but it depletes so quickly.
So
That's
good,
our
though.
way of balancing it.
It is so good. Like, okay, I gotta go see what this is like without unlimited ammo, because it's really good with unlimited ammo. Okay, so here's... I've clicked reset, so I should have not unlimited ammo, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, yep, okay. So I'm gonna reload this, and I'm gonna go... Oh, no.
go in the recover ammo.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna go find out just how good this is now. One dude is dead. 2 dudes is dead.
Double kill.
Haven't reloaded yet. 3 dudes is dead.
Triple kill.
4 dudes is dead. Oh, no. Okay, 4 dudes is dead. Still got 50%. Dude, this is wicked good. I love it. I wouldn't change it. Even if it's depleted out. 5 dudes is dead. 6 dudes is dead.
Double kill.
7. Oh, and if you tap the trigger instead of just lay into it, it's a little more efficient. So I killed 8 dudes before I got lousy. That's pretty good. No, just about the sandwich? Maddie doesn't know about the sandwich. Oh, he doesn't know about the sandwich? The sandwich is lore here. So this guy in the chat right here who's asking me to test all this stuff, his name is Oakham. And, well, that's not his real name, but that's his name. Hey, thank you for following, Mythical Gods. Welcome to the awesome. I'm Spartan John, and this is it. Anyway, so Oakham, I met him at HCS Worlds, okay? 2 years ago, we went to HCS Worlds, and I was there with Installation 00, who's like a very good friend of mine. And Oakham showed up at HCS Worlds and met Installation 00. There I was in my chief suit as the Master Chief, and I got a chance to meet him. And he didn't know who I was, and I didn't know who he was. And he told me that he made my favorite map in Halo Infinite called Small Hollow. He like forged it with some dudes, and it was awesome. So I'm like, dude, that's cool. And I'm like, let me tell you that is my favorite map. But then I went in to tell him about all the things that were wrong with Halo and not the map, which I didn't realize at the time. But I was myself, which Oakham eventually realized was not on purpose. It's just who I am. And so, anyway, so I shared my information with him, and he, went back to Planet Oakham, which is another country. And then after that, he saw me, I believe, from a shout-out on Installation 00's video. And so he came and found me in the awesome. And joined the Discord and started hanging out with us, which is probably one of the coolest things that ever happened, because he's a forger. And so I made him a forge roll in the Spartan space for first forgers and stuff. And anyway, he came back and we became good friends. It's cool. So now he invites me to do all these things. Anyway, when we first met him, he told me that there was a sandwich in Small Hollow. So I'm gonna get it for you. So every game that we go to Small Hollow, or any map that has a sandwich for that matter. Oh wait, I got it. Yeah, come here, smart camera, come on. So anywhere that there's a sandwich now, we get it, and we hit people with it. And so then Oakham came to me and asked me to make the sandwich, so we made it. It's magnetic. It sticks in my headset, actually. So I can play with it some. Wow, that was a bot. A bot backsmacked me? Oh, it's over, bot. I'm getting unlimited ammo now, bots. You guys are screwed. Yeah, have some of that, bots. They're paying me back for all of those kills I got in a row. I was just shitting on them with the sandwich. Anyway, so the sandwich...
Look at the stalker.
The stalker?
Quick.
I'm on the way. Where are you? Where?
It's here.
Oh.
It's kind of a cool skin.
Ooh, it does. Get out of here. Get out of here, bot! Anyway, so we get the sandwich, and the sandwich is a weapon in the game, and it's my favorite weapon in the game. So Oakham has found all of these amazingly great ways to get the sandwich. So you get this. We call it the Spartan sandwich. It is probably the best. How come there's no overpowered pistol, Oakham? How come you didn't make a pistol that was like...
Well, the striker sidekick is already the highest tier pistol.
That's fair. That's fair. So anyway, so yeah, so the sandwich. We made it out of EVA foam. It's got a magnet inside. We wear it. It's an attachment for our armor. It's literally a weapon. And it's because of Oakham. We work together to collaborate on it. When you get a chance to see it, come and when you get a chance to see me next, come and hold the sandwich for yourself. It's pretty cool. I really enjoy it anyway. And you can find the sandwich now in many places. Many places in many Forge maps you can find the sandwich. And what I love is, I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if it was on purpose or if this is just what the community has done. But as more Forge maps have been made, we find the sandwich more often, and instead of just being a part now, where the sandwich used to be a part of the decorations of the map, we're finding more and more creators now are making the sandwich part of the map as a findable weapon. And that is my favorite, because that makes me really happy. The sandwich is I mean, you guys hear me go nuts over the sandwich every day. It's cool. It's part of this. It's part of this community. It's part of all the things that we do together. You know, we're always at it. We're always trying to add value to everything that we're doing, for everyone, especially in this space. And that's really awesome. I think it's really one of the coolest things that we get to do as a content creator and a curator of the awesome curator of this great group. It's nice to share things that are good like this, the friendships and the people.
Yeah. Thanks for testing out the map. Got some good insight.
Heck yeah, man. The map looks great. The guns are great. I tested only the ones that you gave me. Well, except for, you know, obviously the pistol at the end and stuff like that. But, yeah, man, anytime. Guys, that's it for today. The awesome... You got 2 minutes of overtime. You're going to end up with, like, 5 minutes overtime by the time I'm done here. But, that's it for today. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll be here at about 10. You know, like usual, 10 a.m. Pacific. We're going to play some Halo with our friends. We still got a huge battle pass we got to finish, and by huge, I mean we're 25 levels into the 50, so I expect it will be done by the end of next week and have 4 weeks of, or what is the length between these battle passes now? Is it 6 weeks or what?
I don't know.
Alright, well, anyway, whatever it is. Oh, I get 32 more days, so we're going to finish it in 2 weeks and have like 30 days left to still play it. But that's okay. I'm not mad about it. It's gonna be good for us. We're gonna have a great experience playing through that all together. Sorry, my hat is crooked and I don't like it, and I'll fix it later. It's Thursday, yes. Maybe catch us tonight if you like my friends, which some of you do. We've got at Full Forge Cosplay tonight on Twitch. He's gonna come online. Usually he comes online and he streams, plays a little bit of Halo Infinite for a little bit until his buddy Phil gets on, and then they usually switch over and play some Reach together, so they're clawing their way through the campaigns. Go check him out. That tournament is coming online. Don't forget that we've got that thing. I talked to everybody about that, and I'll make an official announcement in the... I'll tag official announcement in the space for that
Thanks
tournament.
for a fun stream today, my friend. Saluting face.
Thank you. Here's the heart for you and Maddie. Because, you know, that's what we give out here. I appreciate you. I hope you guys enjoy all the things that we're doing. Don't forget to, you know, like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends about it. Don't forget we're chasing after all of the soap opera moms from 10 to 2. You don't have to watch General Hospital. There is better content on the internet right here. You can watch me just chewing invisible food, killing Spartans. Some days I read. And occasionally I paint minis too. So, you know, there's a lot of cool shit to see. Anyway, that's it from the awesome, which is the Spartan space. That's where it happens, on the Discord and right here where I'm sitting. That's what we call this, this wonderful room. Anyway, from the Halo Collector, from Oakham, from everybody that stopped by and was part of it. Thank you for making us part of your week, part of your day, part of your life. It's really awesome that you keep coming back, and I'm grateful for every single one of you. Can't do it without you. Literally cannot. 832. That's how many followers we got to today. We're on our way to 900. Thanks again. And goddamn, it was awesome. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you right here tomorrow with all of these friends, I hope, where it's awesome right here in the Spartan space. Have a great day. Stay awesome.
See you.